You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors.
A special shout out to our platinum sponsors, Eleanor and Leroy Mason from happyandhealthy.global. Happyandhealthy.global is a health and nutrition business that educates and provides essential natural wellness products to build your health and wealth. To find out more of what they have to offer to you, go to happyandhealthy.global.
Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Want to be able to just bring different topics to the community, our surrounding area, to make people feel more comfortable. And if we need to come to your home, talk to you one-on-one, we'll be happy to do that. And of course, we are still in a COVID state, so we're masked when we visit your home. If it's not comfortable for you there, we do have an office space that you can come to as well. We just want it to be convenient and the information get out to the people to make them aware. We don't want the situation to happen and then you need that service and then you have to go through court in order to try to get it, because it's costly to do it that way. So we want to try to prevent that if all possible for you.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate you bringing up that topic. Having basically your last will and testament in place, your power of attorney, your medical health care, all of that in line, because these are topics that we know we need to discuss, but we don't want to discuss, but we wish we had if we get into that situation. Okay. And so I know personally I had to do a lot of that, and it takes you to a place that you're like, oh, I don't really want to think about it, but you want to make sure that your family, in unforeseen occurrence, they're not left with added stress.
Exactly. Because you're with the stress of them being in that situation anyway.
Yeah.
So that you want to make it more convenient. You want to have power of attorney. And now, as soon as you go into the hospital or the ER, they ask you, do you have a health power of attorney?
Yeah.
For your loved one or even yourself. And please, well, at least for the state of South Carolina, other states are different. So please check with your states. Even if you're married and wives and husbands think, oh, you automatically have the right to make certain decisions, but you don't. You need to have a health power of attorney for your spouses, for one another, and vice versa. It makes things so much easier by doing that. You just want your will to be carried out as much as possible. And particularly, if you have a large family, or meaning siblings, and you don't want anybody fussing about things, materialistic things, once you're gone, or think you have more than you have. And everybody is surprised that, oh, mom or dad didn't have X, Y, Z. But if you put it in writing, everybody can get what it is that you would like for them to have or what you do have. And just don't spend so much money in court and giving court money because families are bickering or arguing about materialistic stuff. It doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because as we know, financial things can really put a rip in a family.
Yes.
So the more things that are written out in your own words, and basically it's allowing you, even in a time where you can't speak for yourself, to speak for yourself, and this person get this person get that. It won't be any confusion. And even if it is, though, it's written down when you was in a sound mind, and so they would carry it through. You won't have to worry about your family being tied up in probate court for years and years and years and years and years, running up a bill at the end of the day.
And taking access that you do have going forward.
Yeah.
And then you'll end up with nothing. So it's extremely important. And then, of course, like I said, power of attorney is key. But the key, too, is that you want to make sure that you have the right person that you want to be over your and also in mind, power of attorney is only valid while you're living. Once that person expires, Lord forbid, that becomes none and void. But in the meantime, that little piece of paper gives that individual a lot of power. And so you want to be careful too as to whom you choose to be your POA. So it takes some thinking, but we just need to do it,
Absolutely. I agree with you. We definitely need to do it. Hello, and welcome to the show. These are topics. First of all, I want to thank you again for coming on the show, taking the time. Thank you for helping us in the Midlands get ourselves together legally and also physically. And again, I want to reiterate the eloquence of how you speak about a topic that is very uncomfortable. You made it very comfortable. You made it just a regular staple that should be in every family household. This should be a regular conversation. This should be something that we discuss. And thank you for, I'm just going to call you the safety one, because you just making sure we just safe all the way around. Thank you for all that you do, because I feel that everyone on this earth has a special gift, a purpose of why they're here. And definitely this is purpose driven, because everybody can't do this.
I tell you, it is definitely a thrill, and it is definitely a passion. Helping people has always been what I love to do. And I've done a lot of things, but this has really been home for me. Like I said, I've been doing Denzel and Defense for almost 6 years. Been in the legal field, but got out, always been a notary, but now I just want to take it to another level because I see the need and I want to help with that need. I want to bless as many people as I can.
Well, you're definitely doing that. So everyone, make sure to go check out her website for any self-defense items or products or services, even more so for our homeschoolers and also the public schoolers that actually watch our show as well, and their parents. Make sure to pick up those board games. That's help us with the game schooling. Also, you can add those books and resources into your homeschool curriculum, because that is a great course that you don't have to create. It's already done for you.
Already done for you.
Already done for you. So that's one less thing you have to do. And say your website for Damsel again so that they can find you online.
Absolutely. It's mydancelanddefense.net/Shirley R. Rumph, RUMPH.
Okay, so make sure to find her. And like I said before, on all the websites that we're actually giving you, make sure that you see her name in either the top right hand corner or the top left hand corner so that you'll know that you are having the right representative, independent representative for her services. She's very, very meticulous on what she does, very educated on what she does. And you can also shoot her an email if you need any further services, because she had, as you can see, excellent customer service. So make sure that you're with her, not somebody else, because I can't validate them. I can't give my stamp of approval on that person.
Well, and two, is there a way that you can see if the audience? I would like to give the parents a proactive parent guide, and it gives you steps in order to be able to have that conversation that goes along with the books. I would like to donate this to someone. So if someone could put in the chat for us the 3 acronyms that I mentioned, will be the person who win the book. What you think?
Oh, that'll be good. Okay, for those of you who may have missed that was in the first part of this interview. You're going to have to go back and watch it again or re-listen to it if you're on the radio or on the podcast side of our show.
Absolutely.
It was, I remember, but I'm not going to say it. Okay, so everyone go back. That's going to be a fun giveaway. We're actually going to create a blog. And within that blog, I have something, a link or something that it can go directly to your website from that particular blog to make it easier for them just to be able to click and go. But you're going to have to listen to it. And so you guys be looking for that about a week after this goes up everywhere. About a week up after it goes everywhere. So, I think it's not necessary.
Fabulous.
Terry won. Well, people, you snooze, you lose. That's the end of that. She won. All right, Terry. So we need you to get in contact with the amazing Shirley Rump. So where do you want her to go? You want her to get your email?
Yes. You can email it to srrumph99@gmail.com. So that's srrumph, rumph99@gmail.com.
All right.
Name and address. I'll make sure you get it.
You heard it, Terry. You heard it here. So reach out to her, email her with your name and address, and she is going to send you that amazing giveaway. Thank you for blessing our audience on today. Listen, I thought we was going to have a chance to like give it all out, but I mean, Terry was like, no, not today. This is my good. All the way over there on LinkedIn. See, LinkedIn don't mess around. The people, the guests over there, they're like, I got my notes. Here it is. Those are business people. They ready. LinkedIn, stay ready.
Well, don't y'all forget to download the free app now also.
Oh, yes. Tell them about the free app one more time, and then we're going to close out the show. So tell them about it again.
All right. The free app you can download is called Shield Community. And it allows you to put in 5 contacts and an emergency message. So, and in the event that if you're in a situation and you need assistance, if you match that alert, it'll broadcast out to those 5 individuals or a family member, whomever you choose. And then you are the only one that has the authority to turn that off as well. But it's connected to your locator, so they will know exactly where you are. So that is free, even though it can go along with our Protective Shield spray as well.
Oh, she clapping. She like, yeah. Congratulations, Terryville. And thank you so much for tuning in and engaging. And thank you so much for all the other, I call you our virtual studio audience. We have people on YouTube watching, that's sounding in, people on LinkedIn, and also people on Facebook. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to the show. Thank you. Yes, the Shield Community app. So thank you for that freebie as well, you guys. As always, we want you to stay positive. We want you to stay motivated. And we want you to know that the Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, bringing you information, resources, and everything up under the sun, including amazing business owners like Mrs. Shirley, to share with you about how we can protect ourselves from a physical standpoint as well as the legal standpoint, So thank you for speaking with us on this topic. Make sure to check out her website. Did you have anything else you want to say, Miss Shirley?
I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for inviting me, allowing me to have the platform to speak about these topics that are dear and near to me. And I just want everybody to just, continue to be safe, be prayed up, thankful, and we're going to make it.
Oh, well, it's truly my pleasure. That's the only reason why we created these shows as a platform, to bring awareness and to also introduce amazing people like you. The only people that's able to come on any of my particular shows that I host are ones that's making a positive impact in the world. That's the only requirement that I have for ones that come on my show, that they have to be making a positive impact. And you're definitely doing that. All right. Making a positive impact. So thank you. Oh, we have a YouTube in the house, Emma. Thank you both for sharing. Thank you for watching YouTube. Miss Ellis, and thank you, Terry, for watching over on LinkedIn. And also thank you, Muhammad and Mrs. Rowley, who's watching over there on Facebook. I mean, y'all just all over these social media streets just today.
Amazing. Thank you. Well, you have a phenomenal podcast, and I enjoy it. I'm the silent partner in the back, but I'm paying attention.
I appreciate it. And thank you for helping us over here in South Carolina, and also educating all of us around the world, because this is a worldwide podcast. For those of you who are in July, I just want to give y'all a little exclusive. In July, Mrs. Shirley is going to be featured in the July's edition of the Homeschooling Magazine. So you want to see a little bit more, get a little bit more of what Miss Shirley has to offer. She's going to have a feature in the July's edition, along with some other amazing business owners, educators, homeschoolers from all over the world that is there to help de-stress the homeschooling experience, and also connect you with resources and opportunities for yourself and your family, and just have a good time at the end of the day and smile a little. It has a little bit of everything in order to impact the entire experience of homeschooling. So that's why we bring so many amazing people like Miss Shirley on, because homeschooling is not just homeschooling, it's a lifestyle, right? And with that, safety is a part of it. Business, finances, mental health, resources, education, all of that is a part of it. So thank you for all the support, you guys. Thank you. Miss Shirley, I'm gonna let you have one more word, and then we're gonna wrap this up. And then you guys make sure to follow, like, and subscribe, and make sure to tune in and see what's going on, Miss Shirley, and click that button.
Absolutely. Miss Tina has said it all. We want you to like, share, and subscribe. And if there's anything that I may be able to do for you on a personal level, one-on-one, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'll be more than happy to speak with you, meet with you. And if there's anything that we can do for you on the legal side, we're here as well. So God bless, and you all be safe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
If you are a business owner or entrepreneur and you're looking for a way to share your mission, your purpose, your products and services literally with the world faster, safer, and easier, making your brand accessible to millions from the comfort of your home, well, I want to encourage you to join our Learn How to Start a Podcast and Monetize It class. Why? Is because this was designed for entrepreneurs like yourself as a platform to provide you with the knowledge in order to not only start a podcast, but successfully launch it. And then the third key, which is helping you to understand how you can monetize your podcast. As you are impacting the world with good, you can also build multiple streams of income from this one podcast and share your story, mission, and purpose literally with the world. So on today, I want you to go ahead and click CoachTinaRamsey.com to join our podcast class today.
Welcome to the Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast, where we have real talk and real conversations, and you're welcome to it. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe, turn on your notification bell, and share me out. So let's get into this real conversation today with my recurring co-host at the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast.
Hello, everybody. There we are. Okay. I was like, what? All right, now I'm Gio Monroe of the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, and I'm so happy to be here with my lovely partner, Marlene.
Yes, thank you so much. So today we're going to talk about ending toxic relationships. We all know about people who are just not healthy for us. And we're going to get into what are the signs of these toxic relationships, 6 signs of a toxic relationship, and the reasons why we should end it. So before then, Gio, did you talk about your channel?
Oh, well, my channel, the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, is all about chit chat. I will be interviewing home business owners over there from time to time, and also my friends with Super Channel, so that everybody can know that people have a business on YouTube as well. And we also, Marlene and I are also a part of the CTR Media Network, which shows our podcasts in many, many, many countries. So you guys, if you want to get an interview with either one of us, you need to do so because we're seen worldwide.
Exactly, Jill. Yes, the CTR Media Network with Dr. Tina Ramsey.
Right.
So, guys, let's get right into this information. Talking about toxic relationships. So let me give you this information that I found on the internet. And it says, we now live in an age where people can get their hands on just enough information to think they know what they're talking about. Google a few buzzwords such as narcissism, toxic relationships, bipolar, and gaslighting. Next thing you know, everyone is running around diagnosing their spouse, boss, mother-in-law. So there's no shortage of information on the internet. But the problem with these relationships is that sometimes there's a thin line between being a little unhealthy but worth working on to downright toxic, and you should run away as fast as you can. With that in mind, let's look at 6 signs your relationship may be toxic. So let me ask my co-host, what do you think about these? Do you know anything about toxic relationships, and what do you think?
Ron? Well, first of all, you have to know what is a toxic relationship. And first of all, you have to even know if you are toxic to know you're in a toxic relationship. And then you have to recover from knowing that you are a toxic person. So then when you run into one, you can run.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean. Because sometimes we don't even know that we ourselves could be toxic, or the people that you're with, or people in your family, because it's a lot of different types of toxic relationships out there in the family, between the person you're in a relationship with romantically, on the job. It's a lot of toxicity, and it's important to know what are these signs, because it's important. We're in a new year. This is 2023. We live in an information superhighway. There's plenty of information out there for us to get the information, but it's what we do with that information that counts. Okay.
Right.
So let's get into these 6 signs. So this is one of the first signs of a toxic relationship: physical or verbal abuse. Now, you know that this really doesn't need a lot of explanation. Abuse of any kind, physical, verbal, emotional, sexual, all of it is unacceptable and is unhealthy in a relationship. So physical abuse, even one time, is a cause for concern, and possibly physical separation for a time while the offender discovers healthier ways to control their anger. So also consistent verbal abuse, talking down to you, telling you all kinds of nasty things, that you're nobody and you can't do anything right and you're stupid. That's toxic too, and that needs to be eliminated so that there is a hope of having a healthy relationship. Your thoughts, Gio?
Well, I'm not going to ever stand for physical abuse. And one of the things that I learned about myself when I was in therapy, if I'm going to be in a romantic relationship, a companionship relationship, I cannot have a person that's violent in my life because of where I come from. You see, at least I know that about myself. And if I meet someone and they make me feel afraid for my life, I got to go. I mean, it ain't gonna even be no second thought, or I'm staying there. No, ma'am, I cannot, because it'll put me right back at that 17-year-old girl again, and I'm not doing that no more. Mm-mm.
Yeah, and what I don't like about the physical abuse is that there's always someone who's always what they do. The main issue that I have with the physical abuse is that they always blame the victim. That if you didn't make me so mad, if you didn't do this, if you didn't do that, there's no accountability with these toxic people because they never accept responsibility for themselves.
And never will. It's always your fault. That's why I say just walk yourself right on out the door. Because it's ridiculous, because there are so many women that's going through it right now that's so afraid to say
and men, Gio, and men.
Yeah. They're so afraid to say anything to the person or anything to their family member or even ask for help, because that person is so violent that they are just afraid if they say anything, they know they dead.
Right. And Gio, I will also add to that, a lot of times the person who is the physical abuser, they isolate them from having friends and family coming around. They usually move them away or do something, pull down their self-esteem to make them feel that, they're stupid and they can't do stuff, so that they will always have to be dependent on the abuser. And then they'll have you exactly where they want you. And then you can't leave, because you will feel that you can't leave because this person has told you and played so much mind games with you that you think, I can't do anything by myself. I need them. Nobody wants me. I'm ugly. They play on those. They play those mind games, and that's very toxic behavior.
Yeah, my heart goes out to people like that, because they do feel like they can't leave. I will say this every chance I get. I'm glad I fell apart at work. I'm glad I could not stop crying that day. And my boss and my CEO of the company told me that I had to go get some help. I'm glad that God broke me down and then put me together, because I would have never known You know what I'm saying? That was abuse.
Yeah,
You know,
and a lot of times we don't even know that that's abuse because it depends on what was your dynamic growing up. Sometimes in your childhood, you grow up in a toxic environment. And when you think of love, you think that's how my parents identified with love. So that must be love. So not everything that we see is really what it is. So we have to look at healthier ways. And that's why I'm doing this podcast, because I want to bring awareness and knowledge to this subject, because there's a lot of women and a lot of men who are thinking that this is normal, and it's not normal for someone to put their hands on you, and it's not acceptable. And if it's happening to you, please reach out and get some help.
Right. Because and you're so right. And I have to just piggyback on what you said. And I'm glad that you said it, because if you come from a dysfunctional family where somebody is putting hands on either parent, the father or the mother is hitting one another and knocking them out on the floor and stomping them and all of that. And then the other one gets, oh, I'm so sorry. And, you know, I didn't mean to do that. And then they get the hugging and whatever. That is not love, you know, and they do that continuously. That ain't love, you know, and then you grow up and then you pick a guy just like that beat your butt. Yeah. That's not love.
Yeah. And if you don't go and seek help, like me and Gia, we are definitely advocates for getting therapy or getting a counselor or a life coach, talking with somebody, because you can't just get through this on your own. It's behaviors that you have to unlearn when you go through toxic relationships, whether it was in your childhood or in romantic relationships or within the family. You have to seek some help so that you don't continue that cycle in your own life.
Right.
Yes. So we're going to go to point number 2. The second sign that you are in a toxic relationship is constant control and monitoring. This happens when a partner is literally controlling everything you do and say, looking through your phone, your email accounts, your social media, your receipts. They want to know where you are every moment of the day. Who are you talking to? What are you talking about? Everything is controlled and monitored, and you cannot think and do anything for yourself. That's a red flag. That's not normal, and that's not right. Nobody has the right to control what you do and think about every waking hour of the day. And if you're dating somebody or you are with somebody who is doing that in your life, it's not good. It's untrustworthy. It's an invasion of your privacy. And most of the time, the person who is constantly controlling and monitoring you, they themselves are the ones that usually are the ones that is cheating on you.
Right. I could not have said it better, you know, and I go right back to the point that if I had not have gotten no therapy, you know what I'm saying, I would have picked men like my father who cheated. Mm-hmm. You know, and that's what I was picking before I got therapy, and couldn't understand why I kept picking the same guys. I had to walk back through all of that and forgive it, release it, and let it go, and just say, my picker is broke, God, you do it.
Yep. You have to make it right for yourself. And this is about awareness. This is not, we're not making fun of you or trying to belittle you or make you think, oh, you shouldn't do anything like that. You know, sometimes you get in those situations and things happen to you. But the whole thing about this is for us to understand that nobody has that right. Nobody has the right to control you. Nobody has the right to put their hands on you. There's nobody's right, no matter what they say, even the ones that try to blame you and all of that. It's not your fault. That's one of the first steps to your healing process, is that you have to accept what is happening to you.
True.
Yeah. And I learned that in therapy, that until you can accept what has happened to you, you're always going to be in that cycle. If you keep denying that nothing is happening to you and that everything is okay, that problem is going to exist. You're going to be in a cycle, a whirlwind of this toxic behavior of physical and verbal abuse.
True.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's not good. And the whole thing about that is that, you know, they do this so that they can have control of your mind, because guess what? If somebody has control of your mind, you're not going to be wanting to go out and have friends. They don't want you to have a life outside of them. They want you to be their entire life. You have to be there for everything for them, but you get lost, you know, because I went through that too. Not the physical abuse, but I went through the emotional abuse or the verbal abuse, you know, talking down to you and all of that. And it really makes you feel like, what have I done? You start thinking, what have I done? Because that's what they're telling you in the mind games, that you did this and you did that. And it's not, it's just them trying to control you and having power over you, but you got to take your power back.
Right. And it's a journey, you know, to come to this. It's a journey to get through. It wasn't like, you know, I just stopped picking guys like that because I was in therapy my first year. You know, no, I had to go back and walk through to see how what my father did affected my mind in the way I thought, how my mama reacted to it and just stayed. That's crazy. Today, that's crazy to me, you know, and I'm like, I ain't doing that. And today I don't have to do that, you know, because I already know the signs. But if I had not have went and got myself straightened out, I probably would be in the same boat as my mother. And she did the best she could.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like she says, we're not making fun or anything like that. We're just trying to tell you we've been through it, but we made it out.
Yeah, you made it out. And the whole thing is that it all starts with you acknowledging that this is not normal. This is not right. Me being talked to this way, talked down to, someone putting their hands on you, someone trying to control everything you do or say. You have to say, that's not right. That's not normal. And it isn't. So if that's happening to you, it's not normal and it's not right. And you don't deserve that. You deserve way better than that. And it's time that we support other women and men and say, because it's not just women. I know most of the time we look at the physical and the verbal abuse and think it happens to women, but it happens to men too.
Right.
Yeah. So let's get into point number 3. This is the third sign that you may be in a toxic relationship. No is not acceptable. So a healthy love requires trust and freedom. And that means that we have the freedom to tell our partner no at times. We don't always want to do what they would like to do or like for us to go, you know, and we may say yes to most things, but it's okay to say no at times. But in a toxic relationship, no is not acceptable because you are not allowed to have your freedom or opinions or ideas or to be an individual. So you have to learn that no is okay. And if the no's result in punishment, withdrawal, or physical abuse, your relationship pattern is very unhealthy.
And toxic.
And Rochelle says, most abusers are broken and know they are broken, but want to cause the same to others, while some don't know they are broken, but hurting someone else gives them power. Yes. Yeah, I can understand some people don't know that they're broken, you know, and most times, like we said earlier, people are just continuously doing, you know, like a repeated behavior from their childhood or the previous relationship. I speak about this all the time. After you get out of a relationship, if it wasn't a very good relationship, you need to take a little bit of time to yourself to heal, to find out where you are in your life and what you want, and why did you choose that person. And if you just keep jumping from one relationship to the other, you don't have time to identify, okay, what did I do and what did they do? And you're not going to grow as a person until you say, yes, this is what they did, but this is what I allowed.
Then you have to admit it. You know, what's going on in your life, and you know what part you played in it.
Yeah, we have to accept the role that we played in the situation, or it just keeps continuing in a bad cycle of toxicity. Okay, let's go to point number 4. This is the 4th sign that you may be in a toxic relationship. Number 4, they won't take ownership or responsibility. So people who are emotionally and very immature, they are not willing to take ownership of their behaviors, attitudes, and decisions. They do not accept responsibility for their wrongs in any situations, and they will not be able to maintain a healthy relationship because there are many times where they make mistakes. They're selfish and they hurt one another intentionally. But a toxic person will never admit their role or accountability in a situation because they believe they have no problem and they did nothing wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a shame, but that's how it is. You know, and they will always believe they did nothing wrong. But you have, if it's you being abused or controlled, you have to be the one that says, I don't have to allow this anymore. I can do better. I can get out.
Yeah. See, and I think that is the main thing, you know, like Rochelle says here, exactly. Some victims fail to acknowledge what they allow in their life. You got to accept responsibility for your part, but also the person, you got to say, this person is toxic. This person is not good for me. This is not healthy. This is not right. And one thing that I will say, it's not in the information that I read online, but it's something I learned from personal experience. If you are trying to get out, especially from a physically abusive person, you cannot tell that person that you're going to leave them. You can't tell them. It's one of those things where you're just going to have to just disappear. Like, okay, have a good day. And boom, just like that, you're gone. Because unfortunately, I've heard one too many times where people have said, I'm going to leave you. And then
they beat them down.
Yeah, they beat them down.
And you have to have plan A, B, and C. In case A don't work, you can go to plan B and plan C. I believe in plan A, B, and C.
And D and E and F.
You have to have a plan to get out.
Plan. Yeah, you do. And most of the time that people can't get out of these toxic relationships, you know that, Jill, because most of the time in these relationships, one person is a person that is not working and they don't have any money. So of course, you know, when there's no money, you can't really do a lot of things, but you can always reach out for help. There's lots of agencies. It's not like how it used to be 20, 30 years ago. There's agencies that just work with domestic violence or abusive relationships and helping people.
Yeah, you can go on the internet to find the number, or you can look in the phone book. It's just lots of places. They even have it at the grocery store, domestic violence numbers. If you're in there, write it down.
Right. And the first step to changing or growing in an area of your life is a willingness to acknowledge and take ownership of where you are at. If a person is unwilling to do that, there will be little hope that this relationship is going to continue and be healthy.
Right.
Yeah. So number 5 of how signs of a toxic relationship, they keep a scorecard on you. So if your partner loves bringing up your past failures or your shortcomings in order to keep you in check or discredit something you've presented to them, they may be toxic. You tell them how it hurts when they do X, Y, and Z, or when they embarrassed you in front of others. They are quick to respond with, you did this and this 5 years ago. That may be true, but bringing out a scorecard to say everything that you've done while not acknowledging what they have done is a big sign of a toxic relationship.
Yeah.
And be aware of that.
That is so true. You quickly bring up your past, but try to bring up theirs. Boy, they'll knock you out.
Mm-hmm. They never do anything wrong, ever.
Ever.
Now, something has to be wrong with somebody who they can't admit when they're wrong. If a person can't say, I'm sorry, that's a sign of a toxic relationship. Or if they're always sorry after they do something wrong.
Right.
That's a sign of toxicity, because it's always the, oh, I'm sorry. And then in an hour or a few days, they did the same thing all over again. Not good at all.
No.
Yeah. So this is the 6th point of you being in a toxic relationship. You've stopped saying things because it isn't worth it. If you are dating or with somebody and they don't make you feel like it's worth your time or your energy to address issues in the relationship, or if you bring up a tough conversation, it might be time to move on. If that person makes you pay for confronting poor attitudes or behaviors, or they aren't open to accountability or change, or if you're married, then it's time to communicate some clear expectations for behavioral change. But if it has become past the point of no return, where they're putting their hands on you, it may be time to shut the door or close the door on that relationship, because being silent when you're dying or hurting inside is not good for you. It's very toxic, and you'll eventually lose any hope to want to leave the relationship, because you have begun to settle.
Right.
You shouldn't settle in a relationship. I'm not saying nobody's perfect. Nobody does everything right in a relationship, but a person has to be willing to do things that make you happy. It can't all be one-sided, that everything is about pleasing them and you never get anything back for yourself. Big toxic, big red flags all over the place.
Yeah, anything that you want to do or bring up, or if you want to get into a business, now you can't do that because you're not smart enough.
Yeah, or who would listen to that? You're not good at anything.
Yeah, that's just awful.
Yeah, I don't like when someone discredits somebody, and like they were saying with what I read in this information online, if they embarrass you in front of somebody, that is like, oh, that infuriates me, even when it's not me. When I'm around somebody and they'll say, oh, well, you don't know how to do anything anyways, or that's so stupid, you don't know what you're doing anyways. I feel so, it boils my blood when I see somebody do that to somebody else. Like, you don't do that to somebody that you claim that you love. No.
Right.
You embarrass them in front of other people. If you have something you want to talk about, wait till you get home, but not in front of everybody, because it makes everybody in the room feel uncomfortable. I don't know if you've been through that, Gio, where somebody says something and everybody is like,
yeah.
Yeah.
And I be wanting to say, y'all need to go to therapy. You need to get up out that relationship, because you can't be saying that in public to me, because I probably just walk off and hopefully I got the keys and leave your butt there, and would not even go home. If I had a chance to escape, I would take the car and keep going to the next state and the next state.
You couldn't find me out, I would disappear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have a plan.
You have to have a plan. And that's why I always say, I'm not talking about other people. This is it's different strokes for different folks. But that's one of the reasons why I don't believe in joint bank accounts. It's me. It's a personal thing for me. I don't believe in it. I do think it's important for, for bills and stuff. But this joint bank account stuff where, you're both putting in money, but that the other person is using up all the money. So when it's time to pay a bill, there's no money in there for bills. That just doesn't work for me.
That's another reason. So when you get some more money in there, you be the one to take it and put the gas in the car and leave.
Mm-hmm.
And my heart just goes out to women in that position, because it really is a tough position. It's a hard position, because you become what they think that they make you think you are. And it's hard to get out of. But I'm here to tell you that if you just dial the domestic violence number, somebody there will understand. And there is always a way out of toxic relationships.
Yeah. There's always a way out, but you have to, the whole thing, it starts with you as an individual. You have to want to get out these bad relationships. And also, I'm just going to get into this quickly, talking about toxic in the family, because there's toxic relationships in the family where you always have to do everything for them. And you're always asking for support or this or that. And that's never acknowledged. It's always me, do for me, do for me, do for me. And never anything comes back to you. So don't let family members, and don't even talk about these, what they call, the young people are calling frenemies. They're really your enemy, but they hide behind that label. I'm your friend, but you have to do everything for them. When you go out to eat, they want you to pay for them every single time. If everything, if you're going on a trip, you have to drive every time. If you're not getting back whatever relationship is, romantic, a friend, a family member, if you never receive anything back from them and they never make you feel good, if they make you feel drained, that's a sign of a toxic relationship, and it has to end. You can't continue the cycle. Anything you were saying, Gio?
Well, family, child, all I can say is that I just had to set up a lot of boundaries with that. Like, I can't do everything for you. I don't have no money like that. I can't be lending you my bill money, and then when it's time for you to give it back to me, you don't have it. Oh, I learned real quick.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I was going to say that I will give if I have it, to give and not expect it back. Mm-hmm. And that's got to be something that maybe they like when they get turned out or something. But after that, too many times, I don't do that either. Mm-hmm. Say, I'm sorry, you're just going to have to be without some lights. Yeah. You need to be held accountable for what you're doing with your money. I'm not taking care of you.
Exactly. It's okay. Everybody needs somebody. Everybody gets those down times where everybody needs a helping hand and some support. But if it's always you and they're not doing anything on their end, and it always has to be you doing all the work, that's a sign of toxicity, and that's not healthy.
Oh, when you need something, I don't got it. Mm-mm. I don't have it, but I wish I could help you.
No, and the thing is, when I hate when I ask for help, because it takes a lot for me to ask somebody for help. Mm-hmm. And when I finally ask them and they get mad, I get so mad. I'm like, I don't even like to ask for help. And what you do with your money, or what happened to your car, or why can't so and so do this for you? Like, right. You don't know what you want to do. Why you gotta tell me ask so and so? I'm not asking them. I'm asking you.
And then they go tell the whole family, girl, child, did you know Gio called me and asked me and to get back to me? And I'm like, When you ask me for something, I don't even ask you what you need it for.
Yeah.
If I got it, I will give it to you. But when you ask a toxic person for some money, they're going to call the whole family and tell it. Well, that's how it is in my family.
Oh, I know. That's how it is in mine too. Oh, can you believe? Oh, she's asking me for some money. Didn't she just buy this $300 purse? What's she doing with her money?
That's family, you know. You just have to set up a lot of boundaries. And it's hard in families sometimes to say no. But when you get sick and tired of being sick and tired of giving your money out or whatever they asking you for support or whatever, you'll stop. You'll say, I can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to feel guilty. Because I don't feel guilty no more. I just don't. It's almost as though, well, it's not that I don't care, but I care about me more and my bills in my house.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's what it all comes down to. This everything about these toxic relationships, it all goes back to you. What do you think about yourself? How are you taking care of yourself? And if you're always giving to other people, but you're never giving to yourself, that's not healthy. Because in a good, healthy relationship, somebody should be asking you, how are you doing? How are things going with this or that? When's the last time you did this for, and how can I help you? And how can I serve you? That's loving relationship. And if you don't get that back, what can I do to help you and be there to support you? I got to move on. I got to get away from you. Is that goes to the danger zone. And then one day, you know, you wind up in a hospital sick with something, or you have a panic attack or something, or you wind up in therapy.
For real.
Like what happened to me? You end up in therapy behind some people.
That's a good place to be, therapy. Because once you find out, well, you're going to get your power back, and them people going to be really upset because they can't control you anymore.
And that's the thing about taking your power back, is that once you realize the amount of power you have, there's so much power and peace in the word no. And that's something that we as women and men have to be able to say without an explanation. I don't have to tell you why it's no. It's no. No is a complete sentence.
Right.
And we're done, right? So this has been a great discussion about 6 ways that you can identify toxic relationships and how you can end it. So, you know, if you're in this physically, I can't think of the word. If you're in this physically abusive relationship, or a verbal relationship, or any type of relationship, if it's not healthy, family, friend, romantic, whoever it is, if it's draining you,
right?
If they're taking from you, if they don't treat you right, if they make you not feel good about yourself, if they put you down, make you feel that you're less than, that's toxic, and it's time to end that relationship. Because moving forward, once you cut off those toxic people, now you can give yourself the wings to fly and to do what you need to do in your life.
Amen.
Yes. So this has been amazing. Thank you so much, Gio, for joining me for this podcast about how to end toxic relationships. I'm going to have her information in the comment section below. And of course, if you watched all the way to the end and you're not subscribed to the channel, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, share me out, and leave me a comment in the comment section below. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. And we will see you on the next Marlene Saunders Show and podcast, where we have real talk and real conversations. And you're welcome to it. Bye-bye, guys.
Be encouraged. Be inspired, be yourself, you will survive. Just know it, just breathe it and be it, and live your best life.
Forgive me, I love me. I've been blessed that I have made it through. I'm stronger and worthy. I am enough now. What about you? Forgive me, I love me. I've been blessed that I have made it through. I'm stronger and worthy. I am enough now. What about you? Ooh, hey, yeah,
Be encouraged, be inspired, be yourself, you will survive. Just know it, just breathe it, and be it, and live your best life.
Hello and welcome to the Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast, where we have real talk and real conversations, and you're welcome to it. So today we're going to talk about these narcissists and gaslighters. So welcome to the show. If you're new, hit that subscribe button. So let's get right into it, and with my co-host,
Gio from the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast.
Yes, Hunty, yes. So, guys, let's talk about this topic. You ready for it? We're going to talk about some people who have some mental issues, right? So, we're going to talk about narcissists. We're going to talk about gaslighters. And let me get right into this information. And I got this information on the internet because I want to come to y'all with the real, okay? So, narcissists are people who have like this, they call it NPD, or narcissist personality disorder. And it's characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance or a need for admiration. And they don't care about anybody else. They have no empathy for anybody else. Everything is about them. And they have difficulty handling criticism or rejection. You remember, they have this inflated ego. The whole world revolves around them. Everything must happen right for them, and you must do what they want. And they'll do anything to take advantage of other people and to manipulate people and coerce you into doing what they want from you. So that they want you to do. They'll give you all the talk, all the words. So do y'all know any people who are narcissists?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know a couple of people like that. It's always about them. You know, you can call them on the phone and you got a problem in some kind of way, they'll turn it into what it's all about them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or they say, oh yeah. And then you could just say what it is, but then in a split of 5 seconds, they talking about them. Like whatever you going through don't matter. It's I matter. I'm, you know, this, oh, I got this problem and this. I'm like,
everything is about them. Everything. And listen, they're the biggest liars. These narcissists, they're the big, oh my God. And if you pay attention, you're going to be like, how come everything I say or everything somebody else says, it applies to them?
Child, we know a person like that on YouTube.
We know a few on YouTube.
I mean, everything that happens, it didn't happen to this person.
Yes.
God, you must be pretty toe up. Let me stop. Okay, let's roll.
Now, for real talk. Some people here on YouTube, like I have said on my previous podcast, I think the one I did yesterday, I talked about some people need some medicine. And it's nothing wrong. I'm not throwing shade or making fun of people. If you're not okay up here, you need to take some medication. Go see a doctor, because that's the only way you're going to get some help.
But that's just the problem, Marlene. They don't think that nothing is wrong with them. They think there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, and that's why I did this title, that narcissists and gaslighters are convinced that you're the problem.
Right.
Because, of course, everything being about them, this big ego, the world revolves around them. Everybody else is wrong. They never have any issues. They don't do anything. So, of course, who has to be the problem? You.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You are the problem.
And that's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. If you think that everybody is always the problem, that's when you need to start looking inside of yourself. And I'm going to tell y'all from my own information, going in therapy, the things that I have been through in my life. I'm not a narcissist, but I definitely was very selfish. And I thought that everybody else had the problem, when all it was is that I needed to start looking at myself and talking about what issues do I have. Everybody has issues. Everybody has problems. But the difference between me, I would admit that I have a problem. I admit that I needed to make changes. And then I did that. See, a person who is a narcissist, or people who are gaslighters, they're not trying to make any changes. In fact, when you confront them, you know what they're going to get big mad.
Yeah, they do.
They get so angry. And why would you say that? And you've known me for years, and all kinds of stuff. And they love to turn things around and make it be somebody else's fault, or take the heat off of them when you're catching on to them.
It was just like I was watching this show on the television the other night, and the guy got caught in a lie. He lied on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And they brought receipts. The receipt was his ex-girlfriend, who he had contacted and asked her, do she mind if he come over to her country?
Mm.
So the girl herself, ex-girlfriend, brought receipts. And do you know he sit there and act like he didn't do it? And he tried to make it all about his present girlfriend. You're just performing for the TV show. That was to take the focus off of him,
right,
and put it on his current girlfriend. I'm not 8 years old, and we're not in elementary school, and you're just doing a performance for the show. So that pissed off the girlfriend, and she got up and left. So there wasn't nothing else to say to him.
Yeah.
That's how they do. They turn things and twist it and make it all look like it's somebody else when it's really them.
And they are the best actors and actresses that you will ever meet.
Yeah.
And they will have you convinced and fully believe them, because they will make that story, those lies, so believable.
Right.
Oh my God, they'll make it like, and you'll be like right in it. And you start getting mad at people. And most of the time, what they said, none of it is true.
None of it. And another thing is what I'm grateful for is that I spent time with a therapist to find out. Now, see, I'm not going to say that I'm going to catch it all, at one time or anything like that. But most of the time, my gut be saying, something ain't right here. You know what I'm saying? After 2 or 3 times engaging with this person, I was like, If you pay attention to your gut, it will tell you most of the time that person lying, or that person is not telling the whole story.
Yeah, they'll make it where it's just maybe it'll be 1% truth and 99% lie.
Yeah, that's how they do.
That's how they do it. So let's get into some more of this information. So we would talk about NPD, narcissistic personality disorder. So people who have that, they take advantage of other people. They manipulate, they coerce. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about some of what gaslighting is. Okay. So we've been hearing this term gaslighting. So what is it? Gaslighting is a type of emotional abuse that can be used to control, manipulate, and isolate somebody. Is characterized by constant, invalidating other people, denying, criticism, and gaslighting can make people question their own memories and thoughts and perceptions. It'll make you think like, did that really happen? Or did it really happen that way? Because they are so good with words that they'll make you think, did it really go that way?
Child, can't nobody make me think of nothing, because I'm gonna tell you something. I am not you can't tell me what I saw. That what I did, you can't tell me I did not unsee that. Okay? Because before I went to therapy, maybe you could, get away with it for a long time. And that's what people depend, they pick the people that they know that they can, turn into whatever they want them to be, or make them unsee something that they know that they have seen. Most of these people, they know who to go for. Now when a person meet me, I guarantee you they're not going to try to pull that on me. Okay. First of all, I'm going to start talking about God to them, and they're going to run. Okay. All right. First of all, I'm going to tell them how God saved my life. Okay. And how I trust my gut, because that is where God lives, in my soul. They ain't going to want to hear nothing like that, but I'm just trying to say that because I spent a lot of time in therapy and working on GEO and becoming healthy and stuff like that, can't nobody tell me what I didn't see.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is because I know we have been introduced to some narcissists, people who are gaslighters, and they are very good at what they do. They will have you going, wait a minute, like, but what you saw, what you heard, but they'll make you question, like, what?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they'll make you question. And they'll try to convince you. Like, they'll try to turn it around, and they're the one that did wrong, and they'll say something like, if I wasn't with you, that wouldn't have happened.
Well, I don't know what she's talking about. All I tried to do was help her and show her the right way to go. Line. You ain't trying to show me nothing. You either trying to, one, make a fool out of me and get my money. Number two, make a fool out of me and steal my whole story. Okay.
Let's talk about that for a minute. Now, these narcissists, what they'll do, and they're very good at it, they are gonna try to become friends with you, get close to you and your family. So get in really close with you in your circle. And then here they swoop in for the kill. Now they got all that information. They're going to take stuff from you, then turn around and try to convince other people that they had that first.
Right.
And then they make it seem like, oh, now they don't know you.
Right. Block you.
Yeah, blocking you, or trying to whatever. Oh, and telling other people, oh, don't deal with them anymore because they're this way, because they don't want people to go back and find out all of, the real story of how it really happened.
Right. Yeah, and see, that's how you have to really kind of know people a bit before you even, but you really can't really. I can't even really say that, because sometimes they are so good that you really think that these people are your friends, and then they are not. They just in there to get whatever they can get.
Yeah, and it's sickening. It makes me feel sick to my stomach, actually nauseous, the way people will do things like that. Like, they'll do everything underhanded. They'll take money. Even some of these narcissists, the crazy ones like you see on Snapped, kill
Yeah.
people and hide them down into a room and lock the door. So they got a lot of mental issues.
Right.
And the whole thing about it is that they make everybody want to believe, like, and be on their side, like, because most of the people who you find in these Snap shows that are narcissists and they're crazy and these gaslighters, they are very convincing, because most of the time they're so sweet and they're so nice to everybody, and so everybody's like, oh no, it's not them. Like, what are you
Right.
talking about? But the person who knows about who they are, that's why they try to get everybody to turn on their side and try to convince other people to be against them, so that they don't find out who they really are.
Right.
Yeah.
Girl, you just have to be, careful of people, and just sit and listen and see what their actions are, and then see how they talk to you and stuff like that. You have to trust your gut, but there are a lot of people out here like that, Marlene.
Yeah, it's a lot of, let's be real, it's a lot of people out here on YouTube that are narcissists and gaslighters, because come on now, they come on YouTube and they try to pretend they have all of this glitz and glimmer. I got this, and you don't have nothing. Trying to pretend that they have all this money, all this cars, all this, and they working at Taco Bell.
Yeah, I already know. That's why I tell people I need my light bill paid. Okay, I ain't got no whole bunch of money. Okay, I'm on here trying to make some money so I can get these bills paid. I ain't coming on here acting like I'm rich, no ma'am.
Listen,
I'm coming on here telling you what the real geo is about.
Listen, you think if I have money, I would be doing YouTube?
No, I wouldn't either.
Come on now, let's keep it 100% real. If you have money, I'd be traveling the world. I would not be thinking about no YouTube. Let's be honest, 100% all the way.
Right,
Come on. So,
but you got to come on YouTube. I got this and I got
I
that.
have this. I'm so fancy. I'm so cool.
Yeah. Well, give me some then.
Yeah, I was like, you got so much money. Give me some.
Oh,
Because I got a light bill.
God, please.
Get me started with that light bill, because that light bill is real in Florida.
Yeah, I bet. It's real down here in Texas too.
Okay, so let's talk about some of these signs of narcissist gaslighting. Okay, so here are some of the signs. I want y'all to pay attention to some of these signs. I bet you when I tell you this information, you're going to be like, yeah, I do know some people. Okay, so they may try to make you feel like you're overreacting, or you're being too sensitive by saying things like you're being paranoid, or you're imagining things. They might also want to control what you do or who you see. They want to control your friendships, the people you're around, or they want to isolate you from your friends or your family. They also may want to try to make all your decisions, and especially in a relationship, they're very controlling about the decisions you make, the people you try to hang around. And if you're being gaslighted, you might start to doubt yourself and your perceptions. You may feel like you're going crazy. They may also tell you that you're imagining things, or you're remembering that wrong. And gaslighting can involve making someone doubt their own judgment, make you feel like maybe I can't do that. Maybe that it didn't go the way I thought it was. They have tried to mess up your perception of reality. And the narcissist may try to convince you that other people are better than you and that you're not good enough. What they are very good at is they try to take blows to your self-esteem and make you feel that you're nobody. They're very good. They want to make you feel like you're powerless and you have no power so that they can have all of the power for themselves, or that they are the only ones who can understand you. You know, those, oh, they don't understand you like I do. Now, come on, Gio, tell me what you think about that.
They need help.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and if people have told you these types of things and you can't understand, how come all the time when you get around this one person, you don't think you're good enough? You don't, you know, you don't feel good about yourself because they always telling you that you're not good enough, that you're not good enough for this person. You know, get away from these types of people. You know, make your circle with positive people, you know, that's going to tell you you are good enough. You know, if you want to start something, oh, wait, this is the one I don't like, who you can be around.
Oh, let's talk about that part. Go ahead.
Child, look here. If I'm in a relationship and the guy tells me, oh, I don't like this person, so you can't be around, hit the door, buddy. Mm-hmm. For one thing, you don't run nothing here. Okay, I had to learn how to take my power back, and I'm not finna give it to nobody to tell me what to do. And if you ever date me and you ask me to get off my computer where I make my money at, you can really hit the go, because I don't play that.
I know.
This is what I build. You can't tell me that it's not going to pay my bills, or ain't nobody gonna come to your live. You know what I'm saying? Who do you think you are? And, oh, baby, you got to go.
Yeah, they really try to tank your self-esteem. And I had one that was always wanted me to be all covered up, jealous, because they didn't want another guy to see beauty in me and take me away from them. But they were crazy. They were crazy. There's like, everywhere I go, where are you going? What's the address? Who's going to be there? What y'all going to be doing? What you going to talk about? They want to know everything. They got to be involved in everything that you do. And they try to plan, oh, I don't think they're a good person. You shouldn't be around them. And they didn't do anything. And they started, one guy tried to plant some seeds of doubt in my mind about one of my best girlfriends. And she'd never done nothing. But he was just trying to control me so that I wouldn't be around her, because he knew how smart she was. He knew that she was a person going somewhere, and he wanted to keep me down. Because of course, if you're being around somebody who's very smart, and my friend got a master's degree going for her PhD, he didn't want that, because what happened when you elevate your mind? You don't want somebody small-minded anymore, because you're smart. They want to keep you down.
That's what narcissists want you to think. You know, they want you to think that they want you looking up to them and doing whatever they ask you to do. Mm-hmm. They want you to trail behind them like a little puppy dog with your tail wagging, right? So that they can control you and make you do anything. And that makes you feel like you'll commit a suicide. Mm-hmm. Because you don't feel good about yourself. But what I want to say here, Marlene, is that they know who to pick.
Yeah, see, and that is the issue. They look for people who have low self-esteem. They look for somebody who don't put themselves together, or they're in situations to where they have to depend on them. They don't want you to, they're not looking for a person who's independent, a person who's doing big things in their life. They're looking for the people who are, I hate to say it, like but not on a stable level. Like they don't have everything together. They're not independent. They don't love themselves. They look for the people who are very vulnerable. Especially they like to go after women who have kids, because some women think because they have kids, I can never find somebody else. So they'll find somebody who has kids and use them like a little puppet, use their car. They live in with them. They don't work. They have to clean up after them and cook for them. Now, listen, that's not, that, and also all of these behaviors that me and Gio have been talking about with narcissists and gaslighters is they are the most toxic people. And we have to stay away from toxic people because it's not good for us. They want to drag you down and make you get to a level to where you're so low that you can only depend on them. And that's where they have you exactly where they want you.
They want you. And it's just not just, it could be people with a lot of money that are narcissists.
Yeah.
And they look for people with low self-esteem, and you think they helping you because they helping you pay your bills, they helping you doing this, but you're going to pay the price. Trust me on that. Whatever it is that they want from you or want to make you feel so they can feel better and all powerful, they're going to make you feel that. You know, that's why I say, child, pay your own bills. It's not even worth it. When you meet a person like that, oh, he's doing this. Oh, he's doing that. Be careful, because you just don't know what else he's doing to your mind until it's too late.
Yeah. So let's talk about gaslighting and narcissists in the family, because they are out there. Of course, and they always want to start with, I'm your mama, I'm your cousin, I'm your this, I'm your that, whoever they are related to you. And that's how you're going to treat your cousin. That's how you're going to treat your sister, your brother. So they use this and manipulate you to make you do what they want. They pull all the tactics out. They pull on your heartstrings. Oh, I need this money and nobody will help me. And you know my situation. And if I could do it, I would. See, these are the people, they won't work. They want you to do everything for them. They'll make you feel that you have to do it. Oh, I thought you loved me. No, that's okay. That's okay. I thought you loved me, but you don't. See, they play a lot of mind games.
Right.
So in the family is one of the biggest groups that people really don't talk about. This group of narcissists and gaslighters in the family, they always pull on your heartstrings. Oh, I thought you could do this for me. You know, I'm depending on you. I can't do it without you. They always want to like use that as like a tactic to hang over you. Oh, I thought you were my sister. I thought I could depend on you, so that you can always constantly be in this toxic cycle of feeling that you have to constantly bail them out, constantly do things for them when they keep making bad decisions. And that's not healthy. It's not your job to bail people out. It's not your job to make people grow up when they made bad decisions for you to always have to be their savior. That's not your job. I learned that in therapy, that it's not my job to rescue you. It's not my job to save you. That's Jesus' job. That's a job for God. That's a job for the Holy Spirit and the angels. That's not my responsibility. And I had to learn that for myself, that it's not my job to rescue other people. You have to let people grow up. And also, I had to learn you have to pay attention that when somebody is showing you toxic behaviors or showing you that they're crazy, don't question it and say, is it me? Because that's what I used to do all the time. I always used to say, oh, how come, like when they make you feel that you're less than, or they try to put you down, and you say, well, if I didn't do this, then they wouldn't do that. Don't make excuses for their bad behavior. That's what they want to do. They want to have you feeling low. They want to make you feel down so that they can step on you and have you exactly where they want you. And that's why they have a problem. That's why they have the problem, not you. So if you're around people who are like this, pay attention, stay away from toxic behaviors. And we talked about in romantic relationships, in the family, and also there's narcissists on the job, because on the job sometimes they will always make you put it like, oh, nobody does it like you, and we're depending on you, and always to make you feel that you have to do everything for them, always like, bait and switch, but you've always been doing it and we depend on you and we don't have anybody else. That's gaslighting and using.
Yeah.
And don't let people do that to you and treat you that way, because you deserve way better than that.
Yeah, that's why I don't miss corporate. There's a lot of narcissists and gaslighters up in there.
And control freaks.
Right.
That's my issue is the control freaks and the, what do they call that? Micromanagement. That's my biggest problem on the job is I don't like people who try to, like, every minute of the day. Have you done this? Have you done that? Have you done? I don't
need controlling, and it runs people off. And you be like, damn, what? I know how to do my job. So they bring that stuff, they micromanage at home, and then they bring it to the job and gonna micromanage you.
If you let it.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
And I'm like, please, I know how to do my job.
So is there anything else that you want to end? Let me see if there's any more information that I wanted to bring out in this. This is the last thing that I want to read. So these are the common reasons why a narcissist gaslights. They want to control you or make you dependent on them. They may also do it to boost their ego or to make themselves feel better or seem better. Narcissists may gaslight someone because they are insecure or have low self-esteem. Narcissists may also gaslight as a way to manipulate or hurt someone, and may also do it to gain power or control over someone. And finally, narcissists may gaslight someone because they want to keep them from leaving the relationship.
Well,
it's just sickening that people are this way. And listen, you're not going to change them. I've talked about this many a time before. A lot of times you get into, especially a romantic relationship, and you see somebody and you think you're going to change them, but the only person that winds up changing is you. You get nasty and get hurt, and you don't have to go through all of those things. Deserve better.
I'll just say in conclusion, for me, is just watch how people treat you, and watch and see how you feel around certain people. If you feel less than, or you just don't feel good, or when you leave that person, you feel all icky and stuff like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? Then you need to really take a look at that person and see if they belong in your life.
Exactly, Gio. So this has been an amazing topic about narcissists and gaslighters. And this is to prevent somebody. Maybe if you're seeing some of the signs of some of the things that we've talked about in this discussion, be aware of it. Maybe you need to see a therapist, but please stay away from these type of people, because it's just going to drain you, and it can get to the point like on those shows like Snapped, to where you will snap because of they've done too much to you, and then you wind up looking like the person who is crazy. So get away from them. So thank you so much, Gio, for being here with this awesome topic. I have really enjoyed it. And remember, This is the Marlene Saunders Show and podcast where we have real talk and real conversations, and you're welcome to it. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Leave me a comment about this if you're watching on the replay, and also check out my co-host channel. Thank you so much, Gio. And I will see you guys on the next Marlene Saunders Show and podcast. Bye-bye.
Be encouraged, be inspired, be yourself, you will survive. Just know it, just breathe it, and be it, and live your best life.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and I am the founder and executive director of Hush No More. Hush No More provides information to survivors when they're ready to come forward, share their story, look for resources, any type of support, even just to listen. And we also provide training in our communities to different churches, schools, youth groups, anybody that we think need to be informed and aware in our community. That is what Hush No More does. And so tonight, I'm going to come and talk to you about 5 things that parents need to know about child sexual abuse. Unfortunately, Susanna is not here tonight. She was going to talk to us about exposing child sexual abuse in the Latino community, but she got real sick today. So I ask all of you to please pray for her that she gets better, and we're going to reschedule it because that is such an important topic. So I'm still going to talk about child sexual abuse, but I'm going to do it by myself today. And I just want to give parents 5 things that they can walk away with to do with their children to protect them. This is one of those conversations that all of us need to have. 90% of all child sexual abuse and molestation happens by somebody that the child already knows. It's not the stranger danger that we were taught in school. It is by somebody that they know. Their families, their friends, the priest, the pastor, the coaches, the babysitters. I can't tell you all how many babysitters have abused. It's normally it's little girls that have abused little boys. So it's the people that they know in their circle. And so that's why it's so important, right? 1 in 10 children, 1 in 10 are abused before the age of 18. So if you walk in the room and you count 10 children, 1 of them are being molested. So that is a very high number. So this is so, so very important. And so I just want to do something because it hurts my heart every time I talk to an adult that has been abused as a child, when they decide to hush no more and share with me such intimate topics. And then when I meet children that are struggling in school and they've been labeled, but all of it stems from child sexual abuse. So 1, this is the first thing that you can do as a parent, as a grandparent, right? As a godmother, a godfather, a dad, you can empower your children and give them a voice. How do you do this? By conversations. You talk to them. You tell them that if something happens to them, they have the power and the ability to speak up. They have the ability to say, I have a voice, I have a choice, and I choose to say no. Empower your children to be able to say no. You could teach them, I have a voice, I have a choice, And I choose to say no. When you teach your children this empowers them when they don't feel comfortable in a situation, when they're not sure how to speak up or what to say or what to respond, how to respond, right? So you got to have these conversations early. And I mean, when your children start speaking, they should be learning about using their words. And that is a way of them understanding consent and understanding boundaries. So that is so important for them to understand. You have to give them a voice. You can't tell them in this conversation, if somebody ever touches you, I'll kill them, I'll hurt them. Why can't you do this? Because children take your words literally. So they're scared to come to talk to you if you tell them that you're going to kill somebody, right? If you're going to hurt the person that is abusing them. So they're not going to come forward and talk to you. So you have to be gentle in this conversation. You have to tell them that you love them and you trust them and you believe them. The older they get, the more detail your conversation should be getting. I will tell you that our children have access to the World Wide Web. They know a lot more than what we did. They already really know what sex is. They know what kissing is. They know what touching is. Be open with your children and have that conversation and empower them. They need to know their body parts. What happens when we do investigations and children don't know what their vagina is or what their penis is, and they're using a pet name, a nickname that you've given them, it's hard for us to do an investigation, okay? So they need to know the anatomical parts, the body parts, so they can explain to us what is happening to them, what is being done to them, okay? That is so important. Number 2, respect your children's boundaries. If your children do not like being touched, if they do not like sitting in Uncle Bill laps and Auntie Susie laps, don't make them. They shouldn't have to be made to hug somebody, right? If they don't feel comfortable with this individual, don't force that individual on them. Children know how to set boundaries in their own way, but a lot of times as parents, we don't respect their boundaries. We're like, oh, go ahead on and give your aunt a hug. It might be a reason why they don't want to give their aunt a hug. And what you're teaching your children when you do that is that they don't have a choice with their body. You're taking that choice away with their body, okay? And we don't want to do that. We want to empower our children to be able to use their body. They should have a choice who touches them, who hugs them, okay? That is very important. So don't do the opposite and teach them unknowingly that they don't have a say-so about their bodies, because they do. They don't have to participate in any touching, right? And sometimes children are already being abused, so they don't want to be touched by somebody else. It's not saying that that person has done something to them, but somebody else might already be touching your children, and so they feel uncomfortable, so they don't want nobody else touching them. You should have this conversation with them afterwards, right? Have the conversation with them. It's a perfect time to talk about touching and what are boundaries and understanding that, okay? Number 3, you want to protect them. How do you protect your children? You protect them by doing pop-ups. If your children are at a school with a teacher, if they are with a babysitter, if they are at church and they're in there with the pastor, right? You have a right to pop up anytime and go see what's going on with your children. Don't be the type of parent that you pick your children up at the same time every day, right? Because abusers know your schedule. So you have to mix up your schedule. And also you protect your children by not letting everybody watch your kids. Everybody should not have access to your children. Your children are your responsibility and you love them. So when you love them, you don't give access to your children where anybody could just watch them at any time, okay? And sometimes if you're a single parent or a dual household, both of you are working, it's hard to find people to watch your kids, right? And we trust people with our children. But you have to be vigilant and make sure that you do the research, do the background checks. It is easy to go on Google and Google somebody. You don't know your neighbor, right? You don't know your neighbor. So my children were never allowed to go just to my neighbor's house and hang out over there because you don't know what's going on. You don't know what's happening in their household. So you have to protect your kids and make very wise decisions and choices about who watches your children. If you are in a relationship with somebody, you have to be careful. Try to get to know that person. I can't tell you how many children have told me that their step parents, their mom boyfriend, or their dad girlfriend touched them. Okay, that is real. Just because you're in a relationship with somebody does not mean that they don't want access to your children. Sometimes they're in a relationship with you because you have children and they want access to your kids. So remember this, and I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just telling you facts. A lot of times, step parents will touch your children. Who you are dating will touch your children. So it's our responsibility to protect them, right? And also, you should have access to your children's cell phone, email. They should not have a password that you do not know. The other day I was asked, what about age? How old do you think this is appropriate? Until you leave my house. I need to have access to what you do. You should be checking their email. You should be checking their cell phones on those text messages, right? If you're thinking that something is going on with your children, they're deleting their social media, you can have access, right? We have programs where we can download what's going on your children's cell phones, right? We could check their social media. You should not know what's going on with your children while they're on the internet. That is the perfect opportunity for people to prey on your children. And Facebook says we're all friends. They are not your children's friends. So that's how you protect them. You don't let them get access to people, and you don't let other people get access to your children. Kids do not like when I say your parents should have access to your cell phone. You should be able to walk in a room at any time and say, give me your cell phone. Let me look at it at any time, right? And you have to stay up on their communication, because these children talk totally different now. They talk in emojis. They use a whole different slang than we do. So if you don't know something, you sit in their phone, Google it. It'll come up. Google the emoji to find out what does it mean. Okay? You cannot allow your children to just be able to roam in social media land, roam on Snapchat, and they'll do Snapchat thinking that it's all deleted. But guess what? It's not, because it's on the server, right? I know you will say, not my child. The parents that says is not their child, a lot of times those are the ones that are the sneaky ones, because their parents trust them, right? You did it. You were sneaky. Most majority of us all were sneaky. You may not have been. I was. So I'm not going to say all kids, but most do not tell their parents what's going on. All right. They do not tell parents what's going on. When you look in that cell phone, you could tell if there's some type of teen dating violence going on. Children are being abused that are in relationships. We see that all the time in middle school and high school. Check their cell phones, check their emails, okay? And they will start trying to get wise and start up another email, but you could track their activity on their computer, and you could put parental guidance and guides and controls on their devices, okay? On their devices. And look for apps that are not familiar to you, because they do use apps on their phone to hide information as well, right? 4, recognize grooming. Your children are not that special that people are buying them very expensive gifts, taking them on lavish trips. Like they just want to take them to Walt Disney, right? They want to buy them some $200 tennis shoes. That is called grooming. What it is they're trying to build a relationship with your child, trying to get closer to them, befriend them, and build that trust so they can violate them. You have to pay attention to the people that are extremely nice to your children, that always want your kids to come over, right? That are doing these special things, always buying them candy and buying them flowers and balloons and whatever they want, right? You have to pay attention to that individual. That is not normal. That is grooming behavior. And I'm not going to say that every adult that does that it's grooming, but we have seen a pattern that this individual is super, super nice to your child. Okay, so that is grooming. Next, you have to believe your kids when they come and tell you that they're being touched. It breaks my heart when I talk to a person, a child or an adult, teenagers that say, I told my mom, I told my dad, and they didn't believe me. And they didn't do anything about it. And now what happens is you and your children got a bad relationship, because not only are your child being molested, right? And they can't trust the person that's been touching them. They can't trust you either, because you did not protect them. You did not stand up for them. You swept it up under the rug. You didn't call the police, and you didn't report it. I do not understand how people can believe the abuser, the rapist, the perpetrator, right? The offender over the victim. Parents, you gotta believe your kids. You got to. It should be up to the offender, to the abuser, to the accuser to prove that they did not touch your child. Put the proof, they have to prove it. Your child should not have to prove that they have not been touched, that they were touched. Your child should not have to prove that. So believe your children. Call the police. Call the police and report it. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's your best friend. You should call the police. I don't care if it's your priest, your pastor. Call the police and let them do an investigation, because that builds trust with you and your child, right? And then they will come to you more often. They already got to get over that they've been touching the molestation. But what's even worse than that is that their parents don't believe them. Their family don't believe them. Believe your kids. When I tell you that 90% of people that are in their circle, 90% of children that have a circle, someone is abusing them in that circle, you have to believe them, okay? Believe your child. If your child has previously came to you and told you something, that somebody touched them or did something to them, go back to your child, apologize and say, I am so sorry that I did not listen to you, that I did not believe you when you tried to tell me this, but I'm here now and I'm listening now. I live in South Carolina. In the state of South Carolina, there is no statute of limitations. Whatever state you're in, you have to Google that to see what the statute of limitations is. But it does not matter. Try to fix it. Go back and talk to your children. If you told your children that you would kill somebody that ever touched them, go back and fix that. Have the conversation about it. There's no guide to parenting, so we're not perfect. I know I made a lot of mistakes as parents, but I had to apologize and fix it. So fix it with your children. Don't let it go on, okay? Don't sweep it up under the rug. Don't try to protect their cousin. And I will tell you, children will also touch other children. Brothers and sisters, same thing. Cousins, nieces, nephews, families have a generation of touching each other, of molesting each other. A lot of times when we have conversations about what happened, it happened to the parents, it happened to this cousin. They know what goes on in the family, but they don't talk about it. They keep it a hush. It's a secret. And I know a lot of people say, well, yeah, that's what goes on in my family. It happens in all families, all communities. It doesn't matter if your family, if you're white, black, Hispanic, it goes on in all families, right? Asian families. It's happening. And we got to protect our kids. And as parents, it's your responsibility. God gave you these beautiful children and you have to protect them. All right. So another thing I want to talk to you about is when somebody come and tell you that they have been abused. How do you handle it? What do you do? You know, a lot of times we want to freak out. We want to panic. You're like, oh my gosh, this is happening. So what do you do? I use the acronym GIVE, right? That's what I use. So when somebody come and tell you something very intimate, very important, you want to think about how you're going to respond to them. You don't want to just fly off the handle and say something real quick and insensitive. You want to be gentle with them. You want to be kind, right? You want to be in this moment with them, that you're there with them. I stands for interested. You want to pay attention in this conversation. You don't want to be watching football. You don't want to be looking at your watch. You don't want to be running errands. You want to stop in your tracks and be interested in what your children have to say, right? I was guilty of this as a parent because I was like, what do you want? You know, I'm always on the go. I got so much to do. So I didn't stop to listen. You have to stop and listen, right? You have to stop and listen to your children. Next, you have to validate how they feel. If they feel like this is the worst thing that ever happened to them, it is. Okay? When children are touched, if their breasts are touched, their penis is touched, their vagina is touched, that is horrible. There may not have been any penetration, but the touch is horrible. The way it makes them feel is horrible. Okay? So you have to really validate how they feel. If they're crying, don't tell them to suck it up and stop crying. It'll be okay. Allow them to cry. Your eyes are a way for your eyes are windows. That's what I call them. Let them cry. Let them have that moment. That is very, very important. And then the E stands for encouragement. You want to encourage them. You want to encourage them. You want to be there for them. You want to be empathetic with them. And you want to talk about counseling. Counseling is so important. Don't think that your children are just going to get over it, because it's not something that you just get over. There are a lot of adults who are still trying to get over being molested as a child. So it's not something that you could just get over. Okay? Finally, I want to talk to the abusers, the molesters, the offenders, these child predators out there. A lot of times y'all watch videos that victim advocates do because you get information on things that you could do to children and see what we're doing and saying, right? So that you can get more access to children and use our information. But I'm just hoping that you hear from me today that you stop touching our children so that we no longer have adults that are hurt and broken. Go find an adult, right? That you can mess with, that you could be in a relationship with. Do not touch our children anymore. It is horrible what you're doing. So please stop. I don't care if you're a man or a woman, it is not right. You come in all shapes, sizes, and forms. And we never know what the abuser looks like. That's the difficult thing about this, because you smile. So stop touching our children. For our kids, always tell them they have a right to tell it. My adults, you have a right to tell it. It is your story. If you have been abused as a child, you got to start healing. You got to unleash the shame. You got to forgive yourself. And I'll also do another video on the things that you can do to heal. So I'm going to go back over the 5 tips. 1, empower your children, give them a voice, right? 2, respect your children's boundaries. Allow your children to set boundaries. 3, protect them. It is your responsibility to protect your children, their cell phones, their email. Don't let people have access to your kids. 4, recognize grooming. Recognize people that should not be around your children, right? And 5, believe your kids. Believe them. Believe them. And make sure that the offender, the molester, the predator is the one that is defending their name and not making your children defend their name. Okay? So that's all that I have for you today. I hope that my message to you resonates and that you've learned something today. Please share our video because a lot of other parents need to hear this. It is so important. It is happening in our communities. If you need someone to talk to, if you need free counseling, if your children need counseling, please contact us. You could message us on Facebook, Instagram. You can email us. You can go to our website. It's www.hushnomore.org. Our phone number is 1-888-285-2161. You can call us. We are here to listen. We are here if you just need somebody to talk to know how to talk to your kids. We can come into your community and have that conversation because it's not an easy conversation to have, okay? So believe me when I tell you that we can make a change as a community in our families. We just have to be vigilant. We have to be aware and know the signs that are going on with our children, okay? So thank you all for joining me tonight. I hope that all of you join us for other future events. We're always live every Tuesday night at 8 p.m., right? This is our night that I go live. We're also on our podcast now starting this month. I'm so excited. Hush No More Champions is on all social media, all podcast, streaming podcast lives. So you can find us on a podcast and listen. And you can share our podcast, rate our podcast. That would make me feel so happy because I know it'll bring more awareness to our community, right? On the 26th, we have Nicole Snell. She is going to talk about You Can Fight Back. She's going to tell you some things how to fight back if you get assaulted, if you're hiking, if you're out in a parking lot. She's going to provide that information. It's going to be a great conversation. So join us next Tuesday. And then on the 2nd of February, Brianna is going to share her story. She's finally coming forward to be able to share her story for the first time. And we're going to call it, I Have a Right to Tell It. So she's going to share her story. And then I'm so excited because on February the 9th is going to be our Valentine's Day special. We are going to have a couple, right? DeAndre and Taronda are going to come in and they're going to talk about healthy relationships and sex after experiencing sexual trauma. So many people have problems in relationships because they were molested, because they've been raped, they were in a domestic violence relationship. What are some things that you could do to have a healthy relationship, right? How can you and your better half get along and have good sex and not sex that is based on trauma that you had? Right? And so we're going to have that conversation. It's going to be really good. I'm really excited because they're going to talk about their experiences of how they overcame her being molested And so it's going to be a great conversation because we see it all the time. Either you're very hyper vigilant and have a lot of sex, or you don't want sex at all. You don't want a person to touch you. And so how can you get into that middle and have a healthy relationship? And that's what we want to talk about. So it's going to be right before Valentine's Day. So you can have a great conversation. So maybe you can have a great Valentine's Day and overcome the trauma that you've been experiencing with sex. So thank you all for joining us tonight. I wish you peace and blessings, right? And I wish that you have these conversations with your children. If you have a conversation, let me know. Let me know how it goes. Maybe I can give a tip or two to another parent that you were successful, okay? So reach out to us. We're always here. I am Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and it is a pleasure and an honor to be able to share knowledge with you because I believe that awareness plus knowledge equals prevention. Good night.
Hello, everyone over on Instagram. Welcome to Thought for Thursday. I do hope that everyone is doing well. Looks like the internet may be a little sketchy here. Hopefully you are able to hear me. It's coming in a little better now, I believe. Anyway, welcome to Thought for Thursday, everybody. It is Thursday, yay, and it's the Thursday before a long weekend for many of us, commemorating the birthday of the late Dr. Martin Luther King. So I just hope that everyone has had a wonderful week, that you are looking forward to hopefully getting a little extra time this weekend, huh? A little extra time for some of us to do some R&R. I am working on something and have been working on something now for a while. And I just saw my internet flash, so I hope that doesn't mean that it went out. No, I'm still live, so I guess I'm okay. I'm getting ready to launch an online course, which I'm incredibly excited about. I was determined that going into this year, I was going to do more of the career coaching that has really been my background for well over 20 years. So what you will see coming from me is going to be in that arena. All right. But what I want to do, even outside of any classes that I offer, I want to make sure that we are properly positioned to get our best. That means we have to know ourselves. We have to know ourselves. We have to know what we want. We have to know what direction we think we want to go in. And if we can't get real definitive answers, if we don't have definitive answers, then we need to go out and get those answers. But what I want to do tonight is start the first of a 4-part series that I want to bring to you, where we're going to talk about your genius, identifying your genius. And basically what I mean by that is really identifying your strengths, because you need to know them. You need to know them. We'll talk about that. And then we'll talk about some things that you can do with those strengths. Basically, for the next 4 weeks, we're definitely going to be doing some things that are going to help you to develop. And I have some supplements that will be available also with this. And I'll tell you how you can get access to those. So what am I talking about when I say, what is your genius? Many people are all too aware of their weaknesses. I mean, think about it. It's easy for us to immediately tell you, oh, well, I'm not so good at that. And I never was good at doing this, or I never could do that. But we struggle a little sometimes when we have to identify our strengths. And that mainly is because many times we just do them so easily that we totally neglect to really think about the fact that, hey, this is something that I'm really good at, and it's a strength. Maybe I need to pay attention to that. So what we spend our time doing is doing those things that we're strong in, but frequently we spend a lot of time also focusing on our weaknesses. Now, do we need to focus on our weaknesses? Absolutely, but we don't need to let them take over our lives. So when I say focus on them, that means we're going to focus on improving them. So we'll talk about that in the weeks to come. But tonight we're talking about definitely, knowing what your strengths are and understanding what it is when I say knowing or unlocking your genius. Now, your strengths, they could very well be unique. They probably are. They set you apart from everyone else. And I talk about that all the time, how each one of us is different. So we may have strengths that are similar. However, just the fact that we're different will make our strengths be different. All right. So you have strengths and abilities that no one else has, is what I'm trying to help you to understand here. And you have strengths and abilities that no one else can offer. Those are the things that I'm talking about when I say unlocking your genius. When you know your strengths, you can leverage them both in your career and in your personal life. It's easier to do that kind of thing when you know what your strengths are. You can focus on what you do best, making sure that you're consistently operating at peak performance. Because if you know what you do best, then that means you can hit that level. All right. You can strive for hitting that level at all times. And when you're doing things that align with your strength, what else happens? Your confidence goes up. When you know that there's something that you're really good at, you're working in that arena, and it's a strength of yours, so you're good at it. So that's going to automatically boost up your confidence. And as a result of that, you're going to feel a little more passionate about your work. And you operate with a lot more of a sense of purpose. So knowing your strengths, you're going to work in those, which is going to give you confidence, which is going to make you feel better about the work that you do. And that's going to make you feel as though you understand a little better about your purpose. All right. So when you are focusing in on your strengths, all right, I already talked about how it will help you to do better. What are some other things? By focusing on them, what are some other things that will have the most impact on your life? It will enable you to contribute more value, for example, to those around you. Because again, you're working your strengths and you're probably helping those around you in that arena that you're best in. You can make better decisions. You know what to focus on. So that will help you. There won't be that gray area in there and trying to figure out, well, exactly what is it that I know that I'm good at, or that I know I'll be good at doing. You can achieve the best possible results day in and day out. Again, you're working on your strengths. So that's going to, or you're working in your strengths. So that's going to enable you to do that. You can delegate appropriate tasks to others. Yeah, I know that sounds a little weird, but you can. If you can identify what is in your strength arena, right? You know those things that aren't in your strength arena. So in order to get everything done efficiently, if you need something done that isn't necessarily a strength of yours, then you're able to delegate that to someone else. Or if you feel as though you don't have delegation authority, then you can work with those who are in authority. I'm thinking particularly on your job, to help them to understand that this is an area that you really need some support around. You may need someone else to actually do that skill set that you really aren't very good at. You can thrive in your personal life when you know your strengths. And a lot of it for women is being able to thrive because, again, it gives us that confidence, gives us the confidence that we need to tear down that self-esteem problem that we frequently find ourselves coming up against. And then, it's not always self-esteem. It just could be that we need to know our strengths so that we can just be happier in what we do. Some of us are very confident in our abilities. We know that if we put our mind to something, we can accomplish it. but we're not always happy because it's not always the strength that we want to focus in on. We're okay at it, but truly for it to be your strength, it involves some passion in there as well. What else can knowing your strengths, how else can that impact you and others? Again, if it's an area where you know there's a possible weakness there, you can say, hey, this I know is my strength, but I need some support around this area because this area over here, that's not my strength. It's truly probably in the arena of weaknesses, and I need your help in getting that taken care of. So again, I just told you about why understanding your zone of genius is important. You are responsible for operating in the thing that you are really good at, that you are really strong in. When you don't use your strengths, of course, your performance is going to suffer because you're not comfortable with what you're doing. You're not incredibly good at what you're doing. You may not even be well knowledged in what it is that you're doing. So performance is going to struggle a bit. So if you are having performance issues on your job, that's something you may want to look at. Is it because I'm not trying to do the job, or is it an area that really isn't one of my strengths? And that's where you would go in to HR and say that you need some support around helping you to get a career development plan together that's going to focus more on your strengths, that's going to focus more on getting you the support that you need in order to do that job. If you're going to stay in a job where you really feel like you don't have a lot of strengths, then you're going to need some training and support around that. So again, another reason to definitely identify what is your strength. And as you can see, based on what I've been saying, it will also lead you to see where your weaknesses lie as well. So when you're focused on the things that you're not good at, you and those around you really feel that. They really feel that. So again, pointing back to that whole performance piece of it, make sure that you understand if you're operating in the realm of something that is a strength for you, or if you're operating somewhere along the lines of this is the job that I need to get done. It's not necessarily a strength. And as you can tell, based on what I'm saying also, that also leads to frequently people not being happy in their positions, not being happy in their jobs, not being happy, with something that they may be doing outside of the job, where they're not working in a strength area. And then everything starts to domino. So identifying your strength, again, is a core piece of what you need to do in order to ensure that you're operating in the best place possible for you to be, and to ensure that you better the chances of you thriving in what it is that you want to do. So tonight, we're just really kind of giving you an introduction. There are about 12 steps or 12 things that you can do to ensure that you understand what your strengths are. So how do you go about identifying? If you're like most, you may have a sense. You may have a sense of what you're good at. However, there are some specific things that you can do to kind of be able to really nail the nail on the head, to understand exactly where your strengths lie. So again, over the next few weeks, you're going to discover how to identify your key strengths, so that again you can give your best self to the world each day. I'm going to help you to unlock that latent potential that resides in you, that potential that you're probably overlooking yourself, the amazing strengths that you are just waiting to be unleashed. And unleashing them is going to get you into a place where your job will look different, where your life will look different, because you'll understand the best parts, the things that you do the best. I'll also talk just a little bit about how you can develop those strengths. If there's something that you feel kind of, strengthened in, you feel like this may be something that I could be really good at, we'll talk a little bit about how it is that you can develop that strength as well. All right. So that is it for tonight. I just wanted to give you an introduction. This was the first night. There are 12 steps to identifying your strengths. We will be going over those in the next 3 Thought Thursdays. I do have some supplements as well that you can go ahead and request from me. And what I'll do to get you to get those, you need to send an email to me and I will be able to get that to you. And we've done that. So here is the email address. It is info@joliseenterprises.com. Just send an email, and in there, of course, when you send the email, I will get your email address. But tell me your name, tell me the supplement, or tell me the worksheets that you're interested in getting from me, and I will be more than happy to share those with you to further enhance what it is that we're doing here on Thursday nights in all of 15 minutes. Come on, guys. I strongly encourage you to be here for the next 3 Thursdays so that we can take a good, couple of hours to be able to work on ourselves. Personal development that's not costing you a whole lot of time in front of a camera, at least per week. So make sure that you're here so that you'll understand the best way to identify your strengths, how to use them, and how to move forward in doing your in working in your absolute best arena. All right. So that's it for tonight. Go out, have a great weekend, have a great night. Be confident in who you are. Be confident that you are unique. You are enough. Your imprint is incredibly important. It has been designed just for you. Only you have it. Only you have the mark, the thumbprint that you own. And I encourage you to go out and touch some things and make them better, make them different, and be back here next week and in the weeks to come so that you can find out some things that's going to make you better and make you different as well, make you better in the process. All right. That's it. Everybody have a good night. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Wisdom Tips, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm your host, Dr. Green, and I will be talking to you today about part 3 of overcoming the ugly spirit of jealousy. All right. So I want you to go ahead and share this broadcast with someone. I hope you enjoyed the last episode 1 on jealousy. I got a lot of feedback on it. So just share if you like. And also, if you would like, hit the notification button. So when we have new content, you will know that we're coming in with new things. And so you can join us then. Okay. So let's talk about jealousy tonight. I have some exciting news after I talk to you a little bit about it. Just want to jump right on in. So again, please share this broadcast. I'm so excited about this broadcast. I just don't even know what to do, but I'm going to slow down. I'm going to slow down. I really know you're going to enjoy my guest tonight. She's phenomenal. So before I get started, let's just go ahead and talk about it. Let's go back over what is jealousy. What is jealousy? We talked about last week that jealousy is a complex emotion. And it ranges from feelings of suspicion, rage, and humiliation. And it strikes all kind of people, whether you're young, whether you're old, whether you're married, whether you're single, it doesn't matter. It's just all over the world because people are going through things and they see what other people have. And sometimes they get so upset because they're not moving forward like other people. So sometimes it gets in their spirit, and it's easy sometimes to feel jealous about things, especially when you're not doing the things or having the things in your life that you've been praying about or working to get. All right. So, it's an emotion. Remember, it's an emotion that comes over you. It can be good, bad, or indifferent. Sometimes we can be jealous, because we want something that maybe our friends have, and maybe you still love that friend and you don't hate them, but you get a little bit jealous. But you get home and you get yourself together. That's where I want you to go when you get like that. I don't want you to go the other direction where you begin to hate the person. All right. So, it's an emotion, and sometimes you're going to get there. We all have got there where we get a little jealous sometimes, but we don't want you to go the other direction where you just begin to hate on the person. And next thing you know, you do something crazy. All right. So it's an emotion. And sometimes when people have relationships and they fall in love with somebody, you have some people that feel like they own the person, and they want to control the person in some kind of way. And they even become sometimes to the point that they even threaten the person because they don't want the person to look at somebody else or speak to somebody else. So when you get in that toxic type of relationship, it should be time for you to walk away from that, because sometimes it can get even more dangerous. And we talked about that on last week. So, jealousy is an emotion. Yes, sometimes you're going to be jealous, but you need to have wisdom. And when you're dealing with the emotions of jealousy, it could be that you're just having a bad day. It could be that you're just tired of working so hard and you're not being able to get the things that you want and other things that people want. And you just let your mind just run rapid with all kind of negativity. So we want you to crush that negativity, let it go, take a deep breath, and just know that maybe that wasn't your season. That to get a new car like your friend got. Maybe it wasn't your season to get a new house like one of your other friends got. And all this kind of stuff is just coming at you at one time. But remember this, we talked about seasons a few episodes ago. Your season will come. You just got to wait on it. All right. All right. So why do we get jealous? Another reason why we get jealous, research says that we get jealous because it's at a root cause. It's a root cause of jealousy that sometimes includes low self-esteem. And sometimes it can be caused because somebody just narcissistic, where they feel like they want to possess somebody, and they, want to do what they think they can do to them, and even treat them like they think they own the person. So we do, like you said, that's the negative. Like I talked about, that's the negative jealousy that you don't want to have in your spirit at all. Because once you open that Pandora box, the enemy will come in, he'll see what you're doing, and he'll make it worse. Sometimes jealousy comes from fear of abandonment. And then it also comes from some time of just being discouraged. And that could be some of the greatest motivators. But isn't it kind of silly to think you can tear someone down, and not even try to build them up? Now, isn't that crazy? But that's what we do sometimes. So we don't want to go there. Keep the positive, not the negative mindset when you're dealing with jealousy. Okay. Now that's what I have for part 2 of jealousy. Right now, I am so excited tonight for this episode because I have a special guest tonight. Her name is LaShonda Alford, and I want to talk to her tonight about her book and her story. So you don't want to miss this. It's phenomenal, and it's going to encourage you tonight. So go ahead and share. LaShonda Alford is CEO and founder of Unchained Counseling Services, as well as Unchained Behavior Agency. LaShonda is the author, visionary speaker, and a teacher who shares her personal experiences while guiding individuals on how to build their future with their own ideas and breaking free from false limiting beliefs. Please help me give a warm wisdom tip welcome to LaShonda. Hello, LaShonda.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Thankful. I am just so thankful you decided to join us today. How are you doing?
I am good. I am good. Today is going very well. I'm actually on vacation now, so.
Well, that's great. I know you're doing good. You're on vacation. Wow. I wish I could go. I need one real bad. Pray for me.
Yes.
So we want to know just a little bit about you. I know I read a little bit of your bio, but it's so much more to you than a story. I was able to meet you last weekend in Atlanta, Georgia at the All-Star Conference, Authors Conference, and it was such a pleasure talking to you. The energy was right. I was getting so excited about some of the tips and things you was sharing with me that was in your book and even in the program that you have. And I just wanted you to come back here on live on Wisdom Tips so you can tell my audience what we can do to get our mind together. Because some of our minds, especially during Christmas time and holidays like this, it can be all messed up with stress, anxiety, fear of getting stuff that you need to get done. And so I'm just so excited that you're here tonight, to kind of help us out. So who are your greatest influence before you get started with your story? Who is your favorite influence that maybe perhaps sparked a little something in you before you started your company?
I have to say, Dr. Juanita Bynum was definitely a great influence when I started this, my transformation and journey.
Well, that's great. That's wonderful because she is a powerful woman of God. She's knowledgeable for the Word of God. I listen to her myself sometimes, and she's been around a long time. So when you see people like that and that they have bounced back for several setbacks and being overwhelming things happening to them in their life, and the scriptures just totally changed them because they gave their life to the Lord. It's phenomenal to be able to listen and sit up under great speakers like that, and especially being a woman, because a lot of times we don't have a lot of examples of powerful women of God. We got a lot of men out there, but we do have a lot of powerful women. We just haven't heard their stories. And that's why we want to hear your story tonight. LaShonda, tell us your story and what was the inspiration for you starting your company?
Yeah. And so the listeners may be wondering, like, why did I say Dr. Bynum? And when I think about my life, so my mom and my dad was both murdered when I was younger. And so the way I was raised in this drug-infested environment that, I basically was taught to get it however you can get it, right? And I remember thinking that I didn't want to be like the people that I was around, right? Like, I love my family. We were a close, knit family, but I knew I didn't want to do some of the things. But unfortunately, I didn't have a role model to follow as it relates to what I actually wanted to do. I knew what I didn't want to do, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. And so as I'm going through life, I began to make some of the same, choices, and some of the choices landed me in prison in a different country. And so I was incarcerated in Trinidad from 1999 to 2002 and got transferred back to America through our treaty transfer. But it was in that prison experience that actually brought about the change, right? And so the title of my company is You Change. And in that change, I pull out the word CAN, which really means you can change, right? Because of the way my life was built, I didn't think change was possible, right? I
Right.
thought I was handed a bad deal, right? A bad debt or a bad hand, and that I was gonna lose with it, right? But
Mhm.
then once I got in, I was incarcerated. That's where my change, took place, because while I was incarcerated, I was forced to come face to face with who I wanted to be and who I had become. And so
Ooh,
that's the inspiration behind You Change, or You Can Change LLC.
that's a powerful testimony. So tell me again, you said you came to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
What made you come to yourself? I know you were in prison
Mm-hmm.
for quite a long time,
Mm-hmm.
but you said one day
Mm-hmm.
something
Yeah.
just came to you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What was
So
that experience like?
yeah, so I remember being in the hole. So if you're not familiar with,
In the
what
hole.
happened
Please
in the hole.
explain to the audience what that is.
So the hole is another kind of confinement, right, away from the population. And so I got in a fight with one of the officers,
Mhm.
and I'm pregnant. I got incarcerated when I was 6 weeks pregnant. And
Stop right
so
there. Before you, I know I'm cutting you off, but wait a
it's
minute.
okay.
Ooh, this is a lot to hold on to right here. What you telling me? You was also pregnant. That had to be. Oh my God, I
Yeah.
can't even imagine what you're feeling, the feelings you were feeling, and the things that you were going through in that
Mhm.
environment. Because they said in those type of environments overseas, it's not a pretty sight, and it's not a lot of care for the inmates. Is that true?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So you were
And
pregnant. Go ahead, pick it
yeah,
up from there. I'm
and
sorry.
they didn't like Americans, right?
They
For
didn't
whatever
like
reason,
Americans.
for
Wow.
whatever reason, right? So here I am, already locked up away from my two boys at home, and I'm pregnant, right? And so when you think about like the mindset, I was trying to figure out what I could do, to miscarry, to do something, because they wasn't giving me any prenatal care. Really wasn't even expecting it. And so it was a particular officer that was provoking me. She just kept doing, silly stuff. Like she would lock me outside the cell, just different things. So one morning I end up, doing something to her to cause the fight or whatever. And I end up being in the hole.
Wow.
So I'm in the hole, isolated from the regular population. And it was that moment where I began to pray, because I always believed in God, always, just believed God existed just because of the heavens and the earth. And so, but I wasn't raised in church. And so here I am in this, third world country, and I'm there and I'm face to face, right, with who I have become versus who I wanted to be.
Ooh,
And
stop right there. Stop right
Mhm.
there.
Okay.
Who I had become and who I wanted to be. Did y'all hear that, audience?
Mhm.
Who are you right now?
Yes.
Who do you want to be and who you are now? You can
Yes.
make that change. You don't have to be jealous of anybody.
Absolutely.
You're fearfully and wonderfully made.
Yes.
That is
Absolutely.
powerful.
Yes.
Go ahead, LaShonda.
Absolutely. And so it was while I was, isolated from, the greater population, I was again forced to begin to go inward. And even when we think about that jealousy, right? Jealousy, although it's an internal thing, is sparked from external stuff, right? That we feel like external, whether it's people, places, things, owe us something, right? And so that's the one thing, once I realized who I am, right? Once I became or gained a better understanding of who I was, it changed how I seen other women. It changed how I seen, the world, right? It just created this complete change. And so
Yes.
You Change counseling and consulting is very fitting, because everything surrounds go back to, no matter what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can change your perspective. So I teach individuals using a cognitive behavioral model, right? Where I begin to help them see that we think events control our emotions. So we experience a breakup, or, a bad boss, or a loss of a loved one. Those are events. And I teach people that the events in life we cannot change, right? We cannot change those events. But what people don't understand is it's another step that's between events and emotions. And that other steps is thoughts. So my thinking about the event is what controls my emotions. Right. And so the same person, I can have a loved one who passed on, and my thinking can be, oh my God, you know, life will never be the same. And although it won't, right? But I can have these catastrophic type of thoughts, and it will cause me to want to die with that individual or to not live. But if I shift my thinking and start thanking God for, you know, the 5 years, the 20 years, the 50 years, you know, that I've had with somebody, then my emotions will change.
So
right? This can be a hard thing, right? And some of my clients, they'll be like, I don't know. It's hard for the mind to grab that. But when I teach them and I tell them to just practice it, just to see, they'll come back and say, okay, I'm getting it. But I promise you, if we master that, we master our lives.
Well, I think what you said, one thing that to me started the whole thing far as knowing who you are. You said when you found out who you were, you no longer began to be jealous of people or places and things. And I think with the mindset, like you were saying, once you know who you are, you can go back and then them deep things, them dark things when you were young and when you were a teenager and things that happened to you or your life or your family, you can go back to those things then and pull them out and be able to get the freedom that you need, because now the key word was you knew yourself.
Yes.
Because when we don't know ourselves, we're trying to be everybody else. That's why the jealousy comes.
Absolutely.
We want that same outfit I see her guy. We want the same hairdo. We want the same car, the same home, the same outfits. Because we see somebody else, we're looking over here, but we're not looking within. And you talked about looking within. When we look within ourselves, we don't need those other things to validate us. But if you don't know who you are, that's when the jealousy, the ugly spirit of jealousy comes, and you begin to start, like they say, hating on people.
Absolutely.
You're mad at their beauty, you're mad at their looks, you're mad at their money, you're mad at their husband, their boyfriends, their children. You just begin to hate everything about the person because you want to be like that person because you don't know who you are.
Absolutely.
Would you agree with that, LaShawn?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And just to add to that, once you understand who you are, you begin to understand or not even want what belongs to someone else. Right?
Say it again. Say it again.
Once you understand who you are, you will begin to, not even want what belongs to someone else. Right. And so even when we think about this thing called, jealousy, it took me back to Cain and Abel. Right. So they both felt they were doing the right thing. They both gave of what, they had. But however, one became jealous because it was like, wait, as if someone was being picked over them.
Right.
When you realize, like, wait, hold on, nobody can take my spot. Like, I don't even want to be in a position longer than I'm supposed to be in that position. Because at the end of the day, if you're somewhere that you're not supposed to be for too long, it's going to create drama.
It's going to create what now? Drama.
It's going to create drama.
Yes.
And so, but here's the thing. All of this came about as a result of my lived experience. Right?
Say it again. Your lived experience.
My lived experience. Because when I got released, I was already like on the road, understanding that the meaning and the purpose of my life. And so me going to school and getting my, bachelor's in social work and then my master's in social work and doing it, all of that, that was the key to unlock some of the natural doors, right? But the anointing that's on my life to bring about or to assist with bringing about change didn't come from me going to school. That came from me not giving up when I was going through.
Tell it. You going to church now, right now. Tell it. All right.
Yes.
So when, this is a good point, because the next question I was going to ask you is, when did you realize that you were gifted and called to do what you're doing? And you basically just told us. Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah, I realized it while I was still incarcerated, right? Because it was there that I had to make a covenant, right, with God in the aspect of knowing that I was going back to my environment. And I knew that I didn't want to go back to a lifestyle, right? Even though I was going back to the environment. And even before I got incarcerated, I used to always ask a question like, why the recidivism rate was so high.
Yes.
And I looked at it because people were going back to their same environment. But then when I had to experience it, I realized that guess what? I can be in this environment, but the environment doesn't have to be in me. And so although I was staying with my grandmother at the time, my uncle, was on drugs, so nothing had changed, right? But at the end of the day, what changed was my internal desire. I no longer had a desire for quick fixes, quick money, quick nothing, and so it was a covenant that I made even before I got released.
That's awesome. That is awesome. That is an amazing, amazing story. So what was another defining moment in your life after you gave that covenant to the Lord? You knew where you was going, what you was going to do, what you were and who you was. When you went back to those environments, you had to stop and try to refocus of who you was and go back to where you were when you made that covenant with God. And so all of that, I know it wasn't easy. It had to be hard because once you grow up in an environment, that's all you know. It's like a limited belief. It's just certain things that you used to doing or you've seen that has happened and you grew up like that. You had no other choice but keep doing the same thing. But you broke that curse. You broke that generational curse.
Absolutely.
God had to put you somewhere, not only in a prison, but in the hole, away from everybody.
Yes,
and when you
ma'am.
said that you were by yourself, you were secluded. And that's when you found God. I want to talk to someone right now. Sometimes that's where we need to be. We need to be secluded away from everybody, away from the cell phones, away from friends, family. God sometimes will put you in a place that you don't have no other reason, no other way to do but sit up and listen to him. It could be on your deathbed. It could be on your sick bed. It could be in prison. But God will get your attention, and you don't want to go as far as LaShonda went. You don't want to go through what she went through, because some of y'all wouldn't be able to handle it. You probably wouldn't even came out alive. But God knew what was in her. So the Lord was speaking to me the other day she said, tell the people, don't play with me. So I'm telling somebody right now, don't play with God, because if you play with God, you're going to get in trouble. All right. So what was another defining moment? I know you got so much to tell us, you can't tell it all. But what was another defining moment that helped you move forward into your business and start your business? What was that defining moment that caused you to do something like that? When you made a decision?
Yeah. And so ironically, right, here I am, raised in a drug-infested environment. And so when I got released, I ended up working at a drug and alcohol facility. And so in working and doing that, because when I first started You Change, it was publishing. And so I actually published my first book, Behind Bars, A Chance to Change, as a result of that, right? So I talk about my prison experience, but I talk about how I was behind bars in my mind long before I was ever physically behind bars. And so that's where You Change started, but then it just evolved, right? And so, but I started it because I was coming back home. I was have a felony. And so I didn't want society and the blockages, right? The system, the way the system is set up, to cause me to feel as if I had no other choice but to go back to a lifestyle.
Right.
And so that's what caused me to, continue with the You Change, the publishing. And then once I got my independent license, I was able to transition it over to my private practice, and then now I have a behavioral health all under You Change counseling and consulting.
Well, I am so excited to meet you, LaShonda. You have really blessed me. You blessed me last weekend, and now you're blessing me again. And I even told her in Atlanta for my audience, listening audience, although I'm a counselor, been one for 25 years, I told her, I said, I need to go sit up under you. You need to tell me some things, because the stuff that she went through and how she came out on the other side, and the hundreds of people she's helping every day, it's just amazing. I was so excited to meet her, because that's what it's all about, helping each other. But right now, LaShonda, we're going to go to break. And to those of you in the audience, we're going to go to break. But when we come back, we're going to share some wisdom tips with you right after we finish this conversation with LaShonda, okay? So at this time, we're going to go ahead to our break. But before we go, I want to ask you again, if you would please share this broadcast so other people can hear it. It's some people out there that's hurting, that's going through some stuff, maybe like LaShonda and me have went through in my lives, and God helped us bounce back from setbacks. I know it's somebody out there that need to hear this story. So please share and hit the notification button and like, and we'll be right back after this commercial.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. Where there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away. And now these three remain: faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love.
Welcome back to Wisdom Tips. If you're just joining us, we're discussing how to overcome the ugly spirit of jealousy with my special guest, LaShonda Alford, as well. She's telling us her story and some phenomenal things that she's been doing in her company. And so, LaShonda, now that you're back, we want to ask you to tell us a little bit about your books that you have.
Okay. So the first book, like I said, is Behind Bars, A Chance to Change. And that talks about how I was behind bars in my mind long before I was behind bars physically. My latest book, what they just showed on the screen, is Justice Wears a Dress. Now, I am really excited about that book. That's my fourth book. Let me tell you about the other two. The second book is The Power of Perception, Healing from the Inside Out. Dealing with some of those internal things so we can begin to see, the healing take place in our lives. And then the third book is Ladies Take Your Man Back. The man stands for mature, assertive nature. That book is really to help women who have been through breakups, divorce, and just having a hard time seeing themselves differently, right? And because a lot of times when we experience things, we begin to blame ourselves. I should have known better. It's my fault, those different things. So that book, Ladies Take Your Man Back, Mature Assertive Nature, is the third book. But I'm especially proud of the fourth book, Justice Wears a Dress, The Power of a Woman's Voice, really helping women understand, how we are better together, right? But we cannot be together if we don't deal with heal from some of the trauma that we've been through. But understanding that, wait, hold on, our voices matter. When you think about the Trayvon Martin, when you think about, some of our young men who've been killed at the hands of, police, right? And I'm just sharing this because this is really what inspired it. When I looked at the justice system and how it's different, right? For women, men, Black women, white women, just how it's different. And really being able to look at how do we begin to own our voice? And it first starts with us healing within, So yeah, Justice Wears a Dress, The Power of a Woman's Voice.
Did y'all get that? Justice Wears a Dress. Could you please, Brooke, put it on the screen where we can contact LaShonda to get her books? I was able to hold them in my hands and I purchased one. And I am so sad. I think I got the one about the dress. Justice in the Dress. What's the title again?
Justice Wears a Dress, The Power of a Woman's Voice.
Sure. Yes. So please go to her website and get the book, and you're gonna really, really be blessed. I am so excited you're with us, LaShonda. Before we leave, though, I want to know what you think you're gonna see yourself doing the next 5 to 7 years from now.
In the next 5 to 7 years, I will be focused more on training, just training other professional social workers and people in the helping field, because I'm noticing that a lot of helpers, right, those in the helping field, don't have a safe place that they can go to. And so really providing more training and traveling to do that. I believe that, my behavioral health is kind of, I just started it this year. And so making sure that that's running and flowing well. But yeah, I'll be doing more traveling and training for professional helpers.
Well, LaShonda, can you talk to them a little bit about what you talked to me last weekend about trauma? Because you're a specialist in trauma therapy. And it was two of those things, two of the programs, not two of the things that you do to help your clients bounce back from trauma and, and disappointments in life. Can you share a little bit of both of those therapies that you do, that your patients, and they were able to get healed and bounce back? So you don't have to always take pills out there, those of you that are in the audience. I'm not knocking pills. That's what your doctor asks you to do or tell you to do. Please do that. But it is ways that you can get totally free from the bondage and the depression and all the things that you're experiencing and the trauma that you experience, not only as a young child, but even maybe now as an adult. So I'm just going to leave the floor to LaShonda so she can talk to us a little bit more about the therapy and treatments that she do at her clinic.
Yeah, and so one of the techniques that I use, I'm certified in what we call EMDR. And EMDR is eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. That's a therapeutic technique that we use to assist with trauma. What people don't realize is that trauma gets stored in our brain, which causes us to be startled. That's where we get that fight, flight, or freeze from. And so just say if you experience molestation, or if you watched your mom being abused or some type of violence when you were younger, and it creates this fear, right? This feeling of I'm not safe. Well, that gets stored in a part of our brain. And so when we're going through life and different things are happening, and just say someone walks up behind you, or somebody that you're in a relationship with walks up behind you and touch you or something, and you find yourself jumping, that's stored trauma, you know, in the brain. So what we do, I use tappers, what we call tappers. So if you're in my office, I'll hand you tappers, and it creates the bilateral stimulants in the brain. And so I will have you go back to your earliest memory of feeling unsafe or feeling like it was your fault. So first I have you identify a negative cognition that you may have, even if you know it's not true, right? So we may know that it's not true, that it's my fault, but yet I was always blamed for stuff as a child. And so now when I'm going through life, then I was blamed when I was in high school, or I was blamed when I, got the breakup or I lost the job. And so when I do it on a virtual level, I use the screen, and I will literally use my hand, and I will have you follow my hand. And what you would do, your eyes would just go back and forth, left, right. And you will be thinking, though, about that traumatic experience. You'll be thinking about the traumatic experience. And what it's doing with that left, right movement is actually causing your brain to experience what you experience a little differently.
So in other words, it's like flashbacks. You get your memory just goes back to where that trauma first started, and it's inside of you, and that's where the fear comes from too. Even when I'm doing therapy with a lot of the ladies that I've done over the years, they have a spirit of fear all the time, about fear of losing their jobs, fear of losing their house, fear of losing their children, fear of losing themselves, fear of finances, just always just fear. And then they start having anxiety because that pent up, like you said, trauma is inside of them. So when you do that eye movement, it kind of flashes back. Is that what you're trying to explain to me?
Well, not necessarily flashes back. So watch this. Oftentimes we like to repress. So this is what I'm finding. When we go through things, a lot of people think, well, that was just in the past. Well, here's the deal. It's not past if it's still affecting you, right?
Okay.
And it doesn't have to
say that again. If it's not,
it's not in the past if it's still affecting
happening right now. Did y'all hear that? It's not in the past if it's still happening right now. That means you haven't got delivered.
It's still affecting you, right? And so sometimes our people, right? And I say our people, as in Black people, we have been trained to take a licking and keep on ticking, right? Where we get abused, we experience all this stuff from slavery. We get abused, we experience this stuff, and we're supposed to just keep going, right? And so this right here, watch this. I did one with a young lady who didn't realize until after we did this process why she doesn't like figurines. And the memory that she had that came up was when she was younger, her mom, something happened and her mom took this figurine from her and threw it. Right. And that was traumatic for her. So when we're talking about traumatic stress, it doesn't have to be rape, sexual abuse, or anything. It can just be anything that when you think about it now, it creates this disturbance, right, within you. So what the eye movement does, it creates the bilateral stimulants in the brain. The reason why I have you thinking about what you're experiencing, because we have to be able to look at it. So the brain can be able to process it differently.
Okay.
Right? Because a lot of times, even at 20, so watch this. You have a 3-year-old who may have a tantrum, right? And may be crying, or a 5-year-old. We understand that. It's like, okay, you 3, you 5, you don't understand why you can't get that out the store.
Right.
When you 23, when you 43 and you having a tantrum, right? You're not understanding that. And so what people don't realize, when persons are in domestic violence, or they're responding from an angry place, I bet I can trace that all the way back to when they was 4, 5. And we have memory even in utero, and people don't even realize that. Like, you can have anxiety if when your mom was pregnant with you, she was going through some type of
trauma,
anxious or traumatic things, and that can affect.
Yep. Thank you so much. That is just amazing. So I love the part where you say, if you still feeling it, it ain't in the past. I hope y'all got that, because we're still holding on to stuff from the past, and we keep going back to the same thing. That means you never got free from, you never got delivered, and you need the help. You need the help that you go to somebody, get some help, and start healing. All right.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yes.
Well,
And I would
Cheryl,
like
we're
to
not
share,
gonna-
one more thing
Oh,
for
no,
those
okay.
who may be interested in learning more about the EMDR. Now, I also do a show entitled Stories of Heroes,
Mhm.
and that airs on Facebook and YouTube on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And next week, Tuesday, I will actually have another therapist who's certified in EMDR who would actually be talking more in depth about that particular therapeutic process.
Okay. Well, where can we find you on Facebook and Instagram?
She had it down scrolling at the bottom. So it's Lashana Townsend, Lashana Townsend Alfred on Facebook, and it's Lashana Alfred on YouTube. And they can even go in and see like previous episodes. I just had a young lady on Tuesday, Tuesday this week, who lost her husband last year to a rare form of cancer. And she talks about how, traumatic that was for her and all of that. So Stories of Heroes is a platform that I created to help everyday individuals who have overcome some things to be able to share their story.
Well, thank you so much, LaShonda. You have been an outstanding guest. And I hope to have you back again because I'm getting a lot of feedback on the feeds right now of this awesome interview that we had tonight. And thank you so much again. I know you're a busy woman and we appreciate you being here.
Yes.
So, all right, you guys, before you leave, I do have the wisdom tips for this week. So let us go ahead and share those wisdom tips that I often give you every week. Okay, we're talking about the ugly spirit of jealousy. So the first tip is acknowledge and openly talk about jealousy. Talk about it, whether you're the person that's jealous or that somebody is being jealous of you. If you notice jealousy feelings, talk about it. It might be a time for you to have a candid conversation if possible. Communication is the key. Don't hold on to it. LaShonda told us a lot of things we're still holding on to. And if you're still holding on to them, you ain't got free from them. In many instances, jealousy is an internal battle. So do some introspection, okay? Then share what you have discovered with somebody that you trust and be truthful about how you can feel or how you feel and what you are comfortable with and learn how to create boundaries, okay? So tip number 1, acknowledge and openly talk about jealousy. Got that? Okay, wisdom tip number 2, recognize that jealousy is usually a sign of insecurity. We talked about that earlier if you missed it. Jealousy is something we all feel at one point or another. In our personal lives, feeling threatened by someone else or somebody done something to us, they don't treat us fairly. However, jealousy can turn into some kind of destructive force. We talked about that in the beginning. Okay, if you're not careful, you'll be wanting to control the issue or control the person. Recognizing that jealousy is usually a sign of insecurity, we can help ourselves by once we realizing it, then be mindful of what we're doing and what we're saying and what we're thinking. Tip number 3, work on managing your emotions. Work on managing your emotions. You can experience jealousy a lot in many different forms, but acknowledge it, even when it's uncomfortable, and ask for appropriate support without immediately misbehaving in any way or acting unseemly. You can grow and manage your emotions by learning how to recognize what you're feeling. I'm going back to that again. Acknowledge it. You have experienced it. Yes, go ahead and tolerate it. And if it's in the inside of you and you feeling it, get it out. Talk about it, like we said. Acknowledge it to yourself. Now, sometimes you don't even have to acknowledge somebody, just acknowledge to yourself, what you're doing. And number 4, consider the big picture. Jealousy sometimes develops in response to partial pictures or words. You might be comparing yourself to a friend or somebody else that you want to be like. And then if you're feeling that way, then you should let it go because you are fearfully and wonderfully made. You don't have to be like somebody else. Tip number 5, practice gratitude for what you already have. We talked about that last week, the importance of practicing gratitude to God, because if he made us fearfully and wonderfully made, why would you want to be somebody else, right? Why would you want to be somebody? It's like slapping God in the face. It's like saying, you didn't make me good enough. I want to be like somebody else. So a little gratitude goes a long way. It can not only reduce the feeling of jealousy, but it can also relieve stress. You might not have everything you want. Most of us don't, but you probably have at least some of what you want. Maybe you even have some good things in life and some bad things in life, but we still can thank God that we're here today on and able to breathe and see the sunshine and eat and enjoy our life. So in my closing, I just want you to say again, like we often say, we ain't got no time for tears and fears. Why? Because wisdom is the principal thing, and all that getting and get an understanding so you can live a victorious life, okay? And go on out there and live a victorious life. Love you guys. See you next week.
Hello, and welcome to Melanated Homeschooling Families Podcast, a safe place for melanated homeschoolers, business owners, and overcomers to come together to connect, communicate, support, and introduce you to some amazing melanated families from all over the world that homeschool and more. I'm your co-host, Ray, of Choreography by Ray, and today we're going to talk about setting your young learner up for success from home. We'll also speak with educator, performance artist, and entrepreneur Sheila Anoser. We'll discuss the ins and outs of working with adding in-person and remote learning opportunities to your homeschool plans and offer listeners a special surprise at the end, so be sure to listen all the way through for details. Homeschooling Families Podcast is sponsored by CTRmedianetwork.com, which is a community of podcasters dedicated to bringing you quality content that make a positive impact in the world, from experts and their guests sharing their gifts with you. Watch their 24-hour web TV channels and listen to their podcasts from everyday people doing extraordinary things. Check them out today by going to CTRmedianetwork.com. A lot of families move to homeschooling because maybe something about in-person school just didn't work for them, or maybe they just want to make sure their kid gets a quality education. Within that framework, our kids are still looking for some routine and familiarity. I have students show up and I see that the parents have decorated their space, their learning space. That has set up for the child that it's going to be learning time. Now, granted, not everyone can afford to have a separate room or something like that, but I've seen people just put down like a little placemat at the dining table, and I'll see kids with their crowns ready and their paper ready, and it's clear that their family has set them up for success. So my tips for you today to help maximize learning for your young learner are to set the stage for learning at home, whether it's decorating the space or just helping them prepare, having their things packed or organized, set aside so that they know what's going to happen. Manage bathroom breaks and water needs and snack needs and all that stuff. Get all that set up before you start whatever that learning thing is, so that they're not doing a lot of multitasking. Doesn't matter if it's like in a class with someone else or if it's just a class with you. Try to reduce your multitasking so that kid can really focus to manage your child's expectations. So have that conversation with your child beforehand so that they know what class is going to be about. I've had so many kids come into hip hop and think they're going to be dancing to Let It Go from Frozen. I have one parent who asked me to explain all the hip hop moves in Pokemon terms, which would be great if it was a private lesson. It was a group class, and not all the kids watch Pokemon. So that wasn't really something that was going to benefit the group as a whole. But by having the conversation with her child beforehand about what the class might entail, and that not everything's going to be in Pokemon language, it would have helped shape that child's expectations for class. And then, of course, set yourself up for success. Make sure you have time in your day to do the things you need to do. So what do you need to do so that you don't feel stressed looking for Zoom links last minute or looking for your child's state curriculum guides? What are you doing to support yourself? Or what are you doing to create space in your calendar, in your day, so that you just feel like, I got this? Because you got this. Yes, you do. Our special guest today is Sheila Hamiser. She is a dancer, singer, painter, co-founder of fashion line BB3, and she is also super passionate about empowering children. She's going to share with us some of her secrets to creating enriching learning opportunities for kids, and hopefully give us some knowledge bombs that we can use at home in our own classroom or to prepare our kids for going into outside learning spaces. Hi, Sheila. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Of course. So, you are a New York City resident, correct?
In New York City, yep. New York City resident.
Awesome. How's the weather there right now?
It's cold. It's chilly. It's chilly. It's chilly. It was starting to get warm. You know how spring is. They start to tease you a little bit. Spring starts to tease, like, no, not quite yet.
Quite yet.
Please.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview with us here at Melanated Homeschooling. I'm super excited to have you here. What our focus has been on is talking about young learners. Now, you have had a lot of experience working with children in many capacities, dance and sing and so many other things, which I'll let you fill everyone in about that. I, of course, know a lot about you. We've known each other for years, but our audience does not. So why don't you go ahead and first, Sheila, just tell us a little bit about what you do as an artist, how you define yourself artistically.
Okay. First and foremost, my art started with writing and then moved into dance and then moved into art making and then teaching and singing, and all of those areas encompasses me as an artist. I've been teaching dance for at least a couple of decades to children of all ages, but mostly the little ones, all the way through people in their 90s, which is great joy and great fun. So it's something that I've been doing for a long time. I've learned a lot. I've had all sorts of types of folks who are learning dance from me. Little children, obviously, as I said, and also like special needs kids, general population children, deaf children, 90-year-old children. It runs the gamut.
It runs the gamut. Awesome. And why don't you tell us a little bit about the style of dance that you teach?
I mostly teach Afro-Haitian dance. It's folklore dancing. So all of those dances have the weight of history to them. They're great because it also has rhythms that go along with the dances. That's great also because it also has songs that are associated with the dances. So there's a story behind it. There's a weight to it with the history. And it's something that people can actually cling on to when they know what they're moving to and why they're moving to it. So it's always fun for them to know and to learn and to grow from that. And also find ways, even though there are things that are happening in the past, but they can find ways to connect it to the future and the life that they're living today.
Cool. So it sounds like this is not Zumba. It's like way more than that.
It's way more than Zumba. Yes. Definitely way more than Zumba. Yes, yes, yes.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah. So a lot of our audience are families who are fairly new to homeschooling, and then we have a number of families who have been homeschooling for a while, and they're always looking to find ways that they can help their kids succeed in that kind of homeschool environment. Now, homeschool environment can mean going to an online class or going to in-person class. You and I actually met in an in-person dance studio where I was assisting you. So I would love to just hear from you a little bit about what you see makes learning a success for a student, because what you teach has so many different levels. So how do you help kids succeed in your program?
I think storytelling. I've always been a big fan of storytelling, which is, as I said before, I started with writing, and stories were always very important to me as a child. And a lot of the things that I do right now is really stemming from my childhood in Haiti. And in Haiti, Haitian culture is there's always a conte or a story that's being told. And within that conte also has music. And so I find that incorporating all of that into my teaching style is pretty successful because it's universal, that the love of story and storytelling. So I tend to want to, let's say I'm teaching them a dance about a heavy topic of enslavement, right? Which is a Igbo dance, we call it in Haitian culture, where it depicts people being in chains and things like that. And so the kids are moving in a way that shows the constriction of that and with the feeling of that, and then breaking free of that also. So they understand where it comes from. I find a way to relate that to their lives today. So, okay, so you're not in chains right now, but you know what it feels like when you've been punished for not doing something and being committed just to your room and not being able to go to any other part of the house, or things like that. How does that feel? Okay, how does it feel when you're off punishment now and you just, you feel free and liberated? Like, what does that feel in the movement? And then within that, songs, chants that go along with the feeling and the movement of it. I think all of those things give them something to relate to, and then something to really be engaged in, and talk about, because then they have plenty to say about it too, especially little ones have a lot to say. Will raise their hands like, I did this, so I feel that. And all those things are really very, very important. And then there's another, even you've seen me play this game, the IC game, where I tell them that I see, and then they have to ask me, they ask me, what do I see? And then I tell them something, and then they respond. So most of the time it's movement. It's usually part of the warm-up. So I would say, I see. They say, what do you see, Miss Sheila? I see everybody jumping up and down. So they jump up and down until I say freeze and they stop. But I also use that to find out how they're feeling for the day. I see everyone moving around as if they're really happy. I see everyone moving around like they're really sad. I see everyone moving around as if they're really constricted, or like ice, or like water, or whatever it is. And then you can, I see you moving how you feel today, and you get a sense of what's going on. Or even socially, I see everyone behaving like an adult. I see everyone acting like a child. And you get a sense of where their mind is as to what they think an adult is or what they think a child is. And believe me, throughout the years, I have noticed a difference in reacting to that knowledge. When I first started doing it, all the kids were doing one thing. Now in 2022, their response for adult is a whole different thing. Very, very telling. Yeah.
You touched on a lot of really beautiful things there. You mentioned observation. You mentioned discussion, reflection, that kind of emotional check-in. Are these things that you felt were a part of your growing up, whether it be in an educational aspect or in the home in and of itself? Were those kind of like regular practices?
They were practices for myself, in terms of, I have two nephews, and I say to them when they were younger, sometimes you feel something and you don't know why you're feeling it, and you have to kind of search inside to figure out what it is. And you may be feeling upset or sad or whatever, but until you stop and ask yourself the question, why am I feeling this way? What happened? And it could be something really minor. Somebody may have said something, and then all of a sudden I'm in like this mood, and I don't even know why I'm in this mood. So I have had the experience of kids coming into my class not in the best of moods, and then by the end of class, their mood has changed. Either it is from moving it through, or having the experience of being able to release it through some of these games that I play.
That's wonderful. So it sounds like not just in your class, but in general, families can encourage their kids to look to ways to express their emotion, even if they can't verbalize it, whether it's through movement or writing or singing or art or something.
Because while I am teaching, I'm also being taught by these kids as well. So I'm watching them learn and how they learn, because everybody learns a little bit differently than the other. And so adjusting to each situation is also very important. And then the parent, I think we could have a discussion about that as well. I know that most of my teaching has come from kids who are out of the general the population. There are times when I've had like a special needs class, let's say of a small group of kids, and I'm doing a warm up, and I also tend not to change my warm up, no matter who it is that I'm teaching. And I think everybody can do it. And so there was one particular child who literally would be bouncing himself off the wall during the warm up. And so I would look at him, and at first I get really nervous about that, but they knew that the school knew, so they put like padding on the wall. So he was, and I was like, as long as he's not hitting anybody else, I'm just gonna give him a little space to do that. So every day, and do the same thing. It's like, okay, as long as you're fine. Are you okay? Okay, you're fine. Let's keep going. And then there was one day where I played a game where it was follow the leader. So I would do a movement and everybody would follow me, and then I'd run into the class, pick somebody, they'd go take my place, and then they'd do something, and then we would follow them. So the kid who was bouncing himself off the wall stopped, and I ran to him and I picked him because he had a lot to say with his body. He may not be verbally, but he had a lot to say. So I picked him, and he went up there and he started doing things from the warm up that he has never done in front of me.
I love it.
He was learning in a completely different way than I would ever think, that I would ever imagine. Like, wow, he actually has been, and all I thought he was just going back and forth, but he was actually watching and absorbing. So a conversation with the parent about that, because I'm sure maybe the parent may already know this, or maybe they haven't gotten a chance to really know this, and maybe the teacher can tell them this and use that to this. Just because he's not listening in the way that we think he should be listening, or she should be listening, you can find out in other ways whether or not what you're trying to convey to him has actually reached him or her. It was a great lesson for me.
Awesome. That's a great lesson for me too. I love that.
Yeah.
It happened to you.
It's a beautiful moment.
I sometimes, have to pause myself, because sometimes I'm thinking, just do the moves, come on. But then I just have to check in with myself and be like, okay, why is it important that they do the moves, and what do I want them to gain? And generally I just take a breath, and I try to focus on something else. And same with not such an extreme example, but generally I will find when I wind up playing Simon Says Hip Hop. The kids are actually taking in so much more than would look apparent. So whereas I see somebody playing with their toys, or sitting down, or what have you, actually they're just taking in all kinds of stuff, which is so cool. And they can tell me the names of moves and do the moves, and I'm just
right.
Hey, I thought you were asleep the last 6 classes. So,
Yeah. And we do that. I think we do that. I mean, there have been times where, I have not been able to dance for health reasons. And yet I go to the class anyway, and I sit and I watch and listen to the music. And then I realized that I pick up something that maybe I normally would, or I didn't think I could pick up without actually doing the movement myself. So it actually, it happens often. We just, but when you're standing there and you're trying to teach something to the child and you want them to, and for me it's like, you got to pay attention, but they're listening, they're watching, they may even be moving in their minds for a minute until they're able to move with their bodies.
Yeah. I think that also stems from, my generation in growing up, especially in public schools. The way to show you were a good student was to pay attention. And then as an artist, the way to show that you understood dance was to just do exactly what you were shown to do.
Right.
So I really love that you are such an open educator. And it just reminds me that as I create my classrooms and try to encourage openness amongst our teachers, really that openness starts at home, where parents are, those who choose to homeschool, they're setting their kid up for understanding routine, but also just that flexibility to learn in a style that works for them, which is super cool.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so Sheila, let's talk about you as an artist before we say goodbye, because we've already given these parents so many just beautiful things that can help their kids on their journey to just get the most out of whatever educational opportunity they have, whether it's going to an in-person class, not public school, but like taking a dance class where they can learn story, singing all at the same time. I think that's so fabulous.
Yeah.
You don't get a lot of story when you go to ballet. When you start with ballet, and ballet, we both know ballet, and when you start, they're not like, we just tell you the story of Sleeping Beauty.
Yeah.
Oh, your child doesn't get on with him. Okay. But yes. So you do more than teaching young children, and you do more than choreography and dance. You do so many things. I know you're a singer also. And this shirt that you are rocking right now, tell us a little bit about it.
Yes. So sac passé is a Haitian phrase, a Haitian Creole phrase that is very common. It's been common forever. So the response is on the back.
Oh, yes.
Right. Yeah, my brothers and I started this company as a way to celebrate our Haitian heritage. And our goal really is to do in whatever small way that we can to change the negative narrative that has always been around about Haiti, and to just celebrate all the goodness that we have. So it's to try to put it in a positive light. And I know that all three of us have faced ridicule for being Haitian when we were younger. So yeah, so and I know that it's still happening, because I've spoken to my younger cousins who be like, yeah, people are saying this about me because I'm from where I'm from. And so this is all an effort to bring up the culture. So I have, because I'm also an artist, I draw and I paint. So some of the t-shirts also have some of my artwork on there. It's been fun working with them. They're phenomenal men. They're not artists, which is why this. All right. So yeah, we've been doing this we started during the pandemic, the height of the pandemic in 2020. So yeah, we're still very new, but it's been fun. It's been good. Yeah, we're called.
Your business has been blowing up though. You guys are all over Instagram and.
Yeah, people seem to like it, and we're really happy about that. Yeah. And we're called Vernon Boulevard 3, or VB3 for short.
Oh, there's on the side, VB3.
There's the side, VB3. Yeah, and Vernon Boulevard was actually the first address where we all lived together as a family for the first time, because my brother Jimmy lived in Haiti. Sorry, my son Jimmy lived in Haiti as children, and Enoch wasn't born yet. And then Enoch was born here in the US, and then the whole family got together in that address. So we decided to call it this, Vernon Boulevard 3.
Nice. Very, very cool. How has the process been working with family?
That's a learning curve right there.
I know, it's funny because we get this question all the time, but we get along really well. I feel like we have great mutual respect for each other. We're different and very alike in other ways. I feel like we balance each other out. We don't, I mean, even as just siblings, it's not like we argue and bicker and do all these things. There's like a understanding, I think, that and respect that we have for each other that makes this work really nicely. Yeah, I've said in the past that one of them is my right leg and the other one is my left leg. And I couldn't walk, let alone dance, if I didn't have them in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Something that you mentioned that I just think is so beautiful is you mentioned you guys started this business to kind of uplift your culture and to remove that negative connotation surrounded by Haitian people. And I feel like a lot of parents choose to educate at home in order to kind of just remove the negative connotations surrounded by people of color. And there's just a lot of like misconceptions about homeschooling in general. Oh, you homeschool, you must not have social skills, you must be weird, you can't go to college, which all those things are lies. There's plenty of homeschoolers to go to college. But I love that you guys have created this business with a purpose, because there's just so many families that are looking to have their kids do what you do, which is to take their knowledge and then continue to elevate their family and their culture.
I think it's a unique position to be in, to be able to educate your child at home, because there are all of these things and all these events and all these things that are left out of the traditional school. And you now have the opportunity to incorporate other things that are very important, especially a child of color. Pride is major. Having pride in where you come from is major.
Cool. Awesome. Well, we are definitely going to share information on these cool shirts, because now that I know there's writing on the back too, I want one. I think everyone should have one. Sheila, thank you so much for being my first guest on this thing with Melanated Homeschooling. It has been a true honor to learn from you, and I wish you continued success. Thank you for sharing your time and your knowledge, my friend.
Thank you.
That's it for us today, my friends. Thank you so much for joining us here at Melanated Homeschooling Families. Melanated Homeschooling Families podcast is sponsored by CTRmedianetwork.com, which is a community of podcasters dedicated to bringing you quality content to make a positive impact in the world from experts and their guests sharing their gifts with you. Watch their 24-hour web TV channels and listen to their podcasts from everyday people doing extraordinary things. Check them out today by going to CTRmedianetwork.com. You made it to the end of this podcast, which means you deserve a high five or a cookie. You decide what you deserve. But I know you definitely deserve a savings on a course with Choreography by Ray on OutSchool. So if you visit Choreography by Ray on our OutSchool page, you can get $30 off a class of your choosing. So there are at least 19 classes to choose from Rumba classes to chess classes and coding classes and writing classes. Use code BYRAE, B-Y-R-A-E, MEL, M-E-L-N, and the number 30 to save big. You can also visit us at choreographybyray.com and save big on chess and story time, as well as our spring break weekend classes by using the same code BYRAY, MELN 30. Thanks so much, everybody. Also, we are giving away a t-shirt from VB3. That's right, the Hot Haitian Creole line. If you want to have a chance to win a t-shirt from VB3, then go ahead and look us up on Instagram for details on how you can be a lucky winner. Until next time, my friends, be well and keep learning.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go, doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me. Come celebrate with me. Let's tune into Michael Finkley. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. I am back. We are at the All-Star Authors Conference, and I am so excited. I have another author here, and her name is Ioka. I love that name. I love that name. Can you tell me a little bit about? No, she's going to tell us about her book and other things, but her name fascinates me. So I want to know about your name.
Yes. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me on the show. It's an honor and a privilege and a pleasure. My name is Ioka, and it's actually Cherokee, and it means one who brings happiness. And I talk about in the story how so long I was able to give happiness to everybody else, but didn't know how to give it to myself.
And you know, that is so important. So important to understand we seek happiness out there.
Yes.
You know, and we seek and want other people to make us happy, when in actuality, we can make ourselves happy. Yes. We can do that. But anyway, she has a book, and I'm going to give her the mic and allow her to share a little bit about Ioka, her book, and what made her write this book.
Thank you. My name is Ioka once again, and my book is called Flourish, Replanting Seeds of Purpose. And for so long in my life, even though I come from a lineage, Vera, of my uncle was the first African-American mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, Maynard Jackson. And I come from history and lineage of trailblazers who impacted everything that you could think of. But I did not feel worthy of my calling and who I was. And that impacted me because of some childhood trauma at a young age. It impacted me as a wife, as a mom, in my business, my worth of who I was and the value that I brought to the marketplace, and especially impacted me and my happiness. So when I talk about flourishing, it means to bloom, to prosper, to grow. I realized that everything I touch flourished, people, opportunities, but I forgot to touch myself. So my marriage was desolate. My children were hurting. And not until I put my business down and saw that what I was really chasing was not as valuable of what was right there beside me. And when I put it down, I started to understand how hurt I was, my husband was, my children were, and this book was born. I didn't go looking for this book. It came out of a life of experience, of understanding.
That is amazing. And Maynard Jackson, I met him when I came to Atlanta well, a long
Yes,
time ago.
yes.
I was in my early 20s and came to a conference, and I never forgot him. He left such an impression upon me as a young person. Never forgot him. So I am honored to be interviewing. And you were
I'm his niece.
his niece. Oh my God, I'm honored. Okay. All right. Back to a couple of things that you said. And one of the things, being that I work with parents and their kids, let me take this out of my mouth. That I work with parents and their kids, you are an example of when parents are bringing in their own unresolved issues and not addressing them, it impacts on everything, the marriage, the children, the business. And so your book is a testament to what happens when we don't acknowledge our own hurts and our own pain and want to work at those things. And so kudos to you.
Thank you.
For recognizing, because awareness precedes change. You cannot change what you are not willing to acknowledge. And so Ioka, she acknowledged and recognized that her unresolved issues were impacting on every other area of her life. So I want you to take a few minutes and just talk about your process.
Yes. Well, first I had to realize that if I did not stop to ask this simple question, but how many times do we know simple is never simple, right? I had to ask myself, why am I the way that I am? And when I took a moment to evaluate who I was and why I was, I had to learn how to, what I love, an acronym that the Father gave me is called BOSS UP. I had to believe, own, see, and seize my unique potential. So I had to understand where was my beliefs, my core beliefs, and who I was and what I needed to change. I had to own everything I brought to the table, the good, the bad, and the ugly to my journey. I had to see it from a different perspective, and then I had to go and seize it. I had to take action. But first, it started with recognizing and accepting what had happened to me. I had to uproot these negative, faulty core beliefs that were planted so now I could change my next generation.
Yes. And, having grown up with some childhood trauma myself, I understand that it is a process.
Yes.
And it's not only a process where you start it and then it's over. It's daily. It's consistent.
Yes.
And it's always happening. Even now, I'm sure that you're still
absolutely
growing and becoming all that God intended you to be.
That right there is what we gonna throw over in a second. We about to flip this table. Listen, I just turned 44. But thank you. But it wasn't until 35 that I recognized what my calling was. And it wasn't within the last 2 years that I started to understand. And the process of healing started at 35. So it was a journey from 35, almost 10 years of who am I? Understanding my self-worth, loving myself the way that he sees me, the way that he loves me on that level. I didn't know how much I distrusted him because the roots ran so deep. And unless you get those roots and you get them up, you're dealing with the leaves. You're dealing with the surface. But we have to take that modified seeds, them GMOs that's been modified because of these tainted seeds. And we have to uproot it and we have to change it. And it's a daily process because we're not complete until we're called home. Until then, there is always something he is revealing to us to work on.
Absolutely. That is so true. And when you recognize that you are fearfully and wonderfully made, and when you recognize that you were designed with purpose, he said, I knew you before you were born.
Yes, in your mother's womb.
In your mother's womb. And you're so pretty. You're a beautiful, beautiful lady. And you're a baby. Let me tell you, you're a baby. Okay, I'm old enough to be your mother. For real. Anyway.
But for so long, I didn't feel beautiful. You know, because I realized so many times we say boss, right? It comes with this presence. It's this outside thing. But I had to learn to understand that boss is an inside job. When you understand who you truly are on the inside, then it's manifested on the outside. But it took a long time to get to say that I'm beautiful and understand and know that for myself.
Yes.
That I'm a boss, I'm a great mom, a phenomenal. It took a long time for me to see myself through my creator's eyes because it was so full of dirt and taint and what other people had planted and other lies that I accepted as my truth.
Other lies that you accepted as your truth. And I was the same way. I was the same way until I recognized Eleanor Roosevelt had a quote. And that quote is, no one can make you feel inferior without your permission. When I understood that, then I also understood it didn't matter what other people said about me. It didn't matter how other people treated me. It didn't matter. What mattered was how I saw myself, what I said to myself. And you recognize that as well. And you know, we ran out of time. But Ioka is going to be coming onto my show for a full hour. So I'm excited. We'll be talking about her book. And again, we are at the Authors All-Star Conference in Atlanta. And she is one of the authors here. You can get her book at IamIoka.com. IamIoka.com. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And listen, God bless you all. And we'll be back with another interview really soon. Have a great afternoon.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. And then also about it. Let's talk about it. On the Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it.
All right. Well, somebody commented, so hey,
even though it's live.
with you. But I always ask this question, right? You have accomplished so much, and you've acting, comedian, you've been in movies, you've been in series, you won many awards, Grammy nominated, sir, right? So what is that next biggest thing for you?
The biggest thing for me right now is to just make sure that my family is left well, if I leave them before we leave together. Generational wealth. But the main thing is my goal is to produce like, that's why I say Adam Sandler was one of my heroes. I want to put on some of the young comics that I've seen and some of my friends that need to get that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to get famous enough where I can call the shots, where I can, and produce a few movies where they can eat and make that bread. And everybody go, oh my God, like Kevin Hart, that's beautiful. He took his team. And them guys, and I was listening on the radio. They got the radio, Sirius Radio. And one dude said he bought his wife a $40,000 ring. And I was just like, man, I was highly impressed. Because I'm thinking to myself, this dude ain't that famous. I don't even know him, but that's just because of Kevin Hart. And no strike against him. It's just the point of he said he bought his wife a $40,000 ring. That's powerful. Yeah. So he done set his buddies up to the point where they can live the life that they that they think that they want to live. And I think that's gracious. And I just want to, I got a few friends that I'm going to put there, put them there to get that life. Whatever they do with it, they do with it, But it's like, man, we got to get it. We that's going to make, I'm going to make magic. I'm 53. I got about 12 more years, and I gotta go preach the word for the rest of my life. And I don't care if I just save one soul. I'm going to be a preacher.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm going to preach. I'm going to be 65, and I'm walking in the church. I'm walking right away from this, and I'm going right into theology, whatever. I'm gonna read my first sermon. I'm gonna have me a little church. I'm gonna pay for it, and I'm gonna save one soul. If I just save one, that's all I want to do. One soul to heaven. If I could do anything else.
When I came home, I worked in the barbershop for about a year, and then after that year, while I was working there, I bought weave.
Huh? What?
So I'm a guy, I done did 20 years in prison. And I seen these ladies coming into the salon with looking one way, and they were leaving out looking a whole different way. And I've been gone 20 years. I was gone 20 years. So I was like, oh my God, what is going on in here? So I began to ask questions, like asking the beauticians, like, what are y'all doing to these women? Because they looking like movie stars when they come out of here. So they told me, they said, that's called weave. We put the weave in, we sew it in, we glue it in. And I was like, So I was like, man, I went to the owner of the shop and I said, man, I want to sell some hair.
I gave my client her first makeup experience.
All right, so y'all let me know when. I wish y'all could see behind the scenes with all these cameras at me right now.
Her reaction meant everything to me.
Count of three, turn around. 1, 2, 3.
I thought she didn't like it at first because of her gasp.
I can't cry. Oh my goodness, who is that? Okay.
Yes.
It's supposed to be mine. It's behind somebody cute over here.
I can't to let you know. Hey. Okay.
Little did I know that this was slowly
bringing me to a point that would ultimately cost me my life.
Hush topics are those topics that people do not want to talk about, that we keep secrets in our family, we keep secrets at work, and things that happen to us like sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence, if you were part of sex trafficking, if you were molested as a child. Those are hush topics that rarely are talked about, but are really affecting our communities, our families, our churches. And so that's what hush topics.
I am a victim of domestic violence,
sexual assault and sexual harassment,
sex trafficking and crimes against women, children, and the elderly,
sexual assault for child sex abuse,
sexual harassment. Every single person on this earth has a story, but not everybody has the courage to speak it.
My name is Alicia Harris,
Sheila Renee Bailey,
Brandy Richard,
Joyce Reed,
Yvonne Pierre,
Keith Phillips,
Ursula Kelly,
Linda Skolnitsky,
Chandra Cleveland.
I am Kathy Butler.
My name is Richard Butler.
Now this don't make no sense at all. You know you bad. Take your foot off these folk neck. Ooh, I don't know how much more of this beauty I can take. You can't be giving us all that at once. You're gonna have to give it to us in increments because, baby, you bad. Love you, bye.